Where's my notes?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. It is Monday, June 28th, and I am calling this meeting to order. Orange County Schools Board of Education pledges to our families, students, staff, and the greater community to conduct our business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards all staff members and each other. As per board policy, Robert's Rules of Order will be used to conduct meetings, and a moment of silence will be observed before we begin our business. Public comment will be held tonight after the presentation for each agenda item for which someone is signed up to speak. We will also have a public hearing for our Esser funds. Orange County Schools acknowledges persistent racial intolerance, inequities, and academic disparities in our district. The board has established policy 1030 in an effort to eliminate racial intolerance and other forms of intolerance, inequities of opportunity, and academic disparities in our district. We see our schools as centers for culturally diverse learning, where all students are educated to their fullest potential, and as centers of our community around which we come together in support of the education of all students. Equity is critical to the success of our schools, our students, and our community. I also ask that we remember tonight that OCS educates our students on the traditional land of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation, and that we continue to grow as an organization who values authentic connections and repairs harm with the indigenous people of these lands. With that, we will have a moment of silence. Right, thank you for that. Dr. Felder, do we have any recognitions this evening?
Indeed we do. Chair McKenzie, and so good evening. Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, to all of our board members, our staff, students, and families. Tonight we do have a number of recognitions, starting off with the recognition for National Caribbean American Heritage Month. So in June, Caribbean Americans come together to celebrate their heritage through many activities such as dancing and sharing traditional meals, festivals, parades, concerts, and observing and appreciating their rich history. A June 1st, 2021 proclamation from the President of the United States reads in part, "America's diversity is and always has been the defining strength of our nation. In every generation, our society, spirit, and shared ambitions have been refreshed by wave after wave of immigrants seeking out their American dream. Throughout our history, Caribbean Americans have brought vibrant cultures, language, traditions, and values that strengthen our country and add new chapters to our common story. In recognition of Caribbean Americans' countless gifts and contributions to our nation, we celebrate National Caribbean American Heritage Month," and that's from President Biden, who further states, and I, and I must say, as a person of Caribbean descent, I am honored to celebrate this National Caribbean American Heritage Month. And President Biden said he's honored to celebrate this National Caribbean Heritage Month alongside, as I am as well, Caribbean American barrier-breaking public servants in his administration, including Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, and Domestic Policy Advisor Susan Rice, all of whom continue to be sources of pride and inspiration for Caribbean Americans across the country. Next slide, please. So, as you all know, on Saturday, June 12th, we celebrated the class of 2021 at Orange High School and Cedar Ridge High School. There were 311 and 226 high school seniors graduated respectively. When we add in the 11 graduates from Partnership Academy, the total number of OCS graduates in the class of 2021 was 548. That's pretty amazing. We couldn't be more proud of and happy for the class of 2021. And so here to tell us more about these outstanding graduation events are Melanie Stowe, Chief Public Information Officer, and Dr. Carlos Ramirez, Principal of Cedar Ridge High School.
Good evening, Board Chair and Board. As Dr. Felder said, it was a great day, June 12th, and unfortunately the Orange High School administration had conflicts and can't be here. But nonetheless, we definitely celebrated the 311 graduates and their families. It was a beautiful morning. It was a beautiful day. And we have a few slides with photos here, but we also have quite a few photos on our Flickr account, which you can access by going to our website and scrolling all the way down to the bottom. And you'll see all the graduates, all their families, their proud families, all the balloons and just the celebrations. And the Orange High School administration wanted to thank everyone for their support, including the graduates, including their families, and everyone that was involved with being flexible and accommodating weather, and just making sure we got it right for the students and the graduates and their families. And it's also available on our YouTube channel as well in video format. And if we scroll through a couple of those, perfect. And then I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Carlos Ramirez. They finished out June 12th with an evening graduation.
Hi, can you see me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank
Yes.
you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating in our graduation ceremony and for all of the support to make it happen. As you know, it's our first ever graduation ceremony on our stadium field, and it took a Herculean team effort to make it work for all, even through a rain delay. I'd like to thank our staff and community members for their ongoing support to make this event memorable and one of a kind for probably the most deserving class that we've ever had. As you can see, at our school, we had 226 students, but for the rain date, we had about 206 show up. Those that couldn't show up had other plans and were able to participate via virtual viewing. And we're really excited about the accomplishments of our graduates. Despite this year, we all were able to enjoy this moment, and hopefully it will live on forever. This moment, especially, as you know, many may not know, I was also a parent at this event. My son was a 21 graduate as well, and I was able to capture that moment close up. So again, I just want to thank all of you for the support, and thank you for helping us make this event successful.
Does that complete our recognitions, Dr. Felder?
It does, Chair McKenzie.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Well, the next item is our consent agenda. And I have been asked to pull policy 1010 by Ms. Hauser. I've been asked to pull child nutrition services procurement by Ms. Smiley. And I've been asked to pull the June 7th meeting minutes from Ms. Stevens. And I'm wondering if there are any other requests or if there is a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda, including the revised personnel report from closed session.
Let me say, you could leave the minutes because our attorney is addressing that. So thank you. You can leave them there.
Okay, very good. We will take that off. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda aside from those two items?
I have a question about the minutes. So the ones that we're approving in open session here are on the consent agenda are the May 24th minutes. There were no changes to those, correct?
I don't believe so.
That was from the May 24th work session. Okay.
Yes.
And also, aren't we also approving the board retreat minute?
Yes.
They're not posted, so I prefer to put.
I believe that they are posted. I
They're
think
not-
that if you click on the minutes, both of the retreat and the June 7th meeting minutes are there.
I think you're looking at the closed session, and they're not posted in the open session publicly available.
Correct. Then we will do that at the next meeting, I suppose. So we will, not the retreat minutes. Okay. So is there a motion to approve those? The consent agenda?
Ms. McKenzie,
Oh,
I do see
Yep.
the board retreat. I do see the board retreat minutes under the open session consent agenda.
So do I.
Oh, okay, great. Maybe I just need to refresh. I'm sorry.
No worries. I am trying to figure out how, so WebEx has just updated and I'm trying to figure out this new layout and can't get all of your faces on my screen yet. So don't let me pass you by. I'm not intending to ignore you and hopefully I will get this figured out. Apologies. Okay, so we do have the retreat minutes posted in open session, so we will keep those with the consent agenda. And do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Smiley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Doyle. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Okay, with that, the bulk of the consent agenda has been approved and we will move on to policy 1010 and I will turn it over to Ms. Hauser.
Thank you so much, Chair McKenzie. If you remember, policy 1010 is the board responsibilities, and there were changes to the policy to better align the board responsibilities to our intentions around equity. And when I read it, I believe our current funding perpetuates an an equal allocation of resources rather than an equitable allocation of resources. And in my opinion, that contributes to persistent disparities in student outcomes. So I'm proposing a wording change to section 8, and that would read, assuring all district funds are allocated equitably to assure that every child has access to a high quality education. That responsibility considers local, state, and federal funds, as well as grants and other funds received by the district. This duty includes adopting local budgets and allocating discretionary resources, include fund balance to advance equity goals, and monitoring spending in relationship to student outcomes. So that's my proposed wording change. Again, it's right now the policy just talks about our local budgets, and we are responsible for so much more funding than our local budgets.
Well, with that, I will ask if there is a motion to approve the first reading. I guess this would be the first reading then of policy 1010 and Ms. Hauser's updates.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Smiley. Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Mr. Atherton,
Yes.
Ms. Doyle, Ms. Hauser.
Yes,
I vote yes. Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Smiley.
Yes.
thank
We
you.
have unanimously approved the first reading of policy 1010, and that will come back on consent agenda as a second reading at the next meeting. So with that, we will move on to the next item that we pulled, which is child nutrition procurement. And I will ask Ms. Smiley to share her thoughts with us. And I'm just going to make a request that if board members want to make a comment and you'd like to be recognized, please use the hand raise function, because since I'm not able to see everyone's faces and hands, I can look at the participant list and call on folks that way. So,
Great.
Ms. Smiley?
Thank you. So I had a couple of questions here. I saw that one of the bids we received that contract to approve tonight is with Corrective Enterprise for supplies. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is run by the state prison system, that organization. And so I am concerned that that contract would rely on the labor of incarcerated people who are paid very small amounts of money, I think less than $3 a day, if I'm understanding the state law correctly. And so I am wondering whether we have anything in board policy around labor standards or something like that. I'm concerned about using school district funds for that.
Ms. Davison, would you be able to speak to that?
I am not aware of any provision in board policy one way or the other. Although it's not something I've looked at before. So if you give me a minute, I will certainly do that.
I tried looking around and didn't find anything else. I'm also curious, I'm curious what the bid process was and what other bids we might have received for that particular set of supplies.
So if I could ask Dr. Dawson and Ms. Raff, I'm not sure if the Director for Child Nutrition Services, Ms. Pitts, is also a part of this meeting as a panelist. If so, I would ask her to chime in as well.
Good evening, Dr. Felder, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, and board members. So the usual procurement process, we develop an RFP, and we post the RFP in our usual sites on our website, on the state site, and then we wait the allotted number of days, and we wait for the submissions to come in, and then we have a bid opening, we review the bids, and we take the lowest bidder. That's usually our usual protocol when we are identifying contractors for such bids such as this. In this particular case, what I was able to learn about this particular vendor, we have used them for a number of years, and in this particular case, we didn't have, and Mr. Bassan, I know you spoke with Ms. Pitts, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I do not believe there was a second bidder. This vendor comes in, and what the services that they provide is where they, take the chemicals, cleaning solutions, and they refill our dish cleaning machines and those types of services with the chemicals and the refilling of them. And they have been our lowest bidder for a number of years. And I did ask, is there another way that we could do the bidding process in such a way that it would get additional proposals? And I wasn't I'm not sure if there are, but that's something we'd have to look into. But at this time, this again was the contractor that came in with the lowest bid.
This is Eva. I did speak to Ms. Pitts today about this, and her explanation was that Correction Enterprises provides the chemicals for certain, I think it's dishwashing, right? But also monthly inspects the machines and checks the settings and the dilution levels and whatever. And when they ask the other companies to bid on that, the other companies decline to bid. They don't do that. They will supply the chemicals, but they don't come and inspect at least Orange County's machines because they didn't supply those machines. So the work would just have to be done in a different way. They would have to, I think they can find another source for the chemicals, but they'll have to come up with a different solution for maintenance of the machines.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, this is not something that I'm going to be voting in favor of. You know, we have up in the boardroom the plaque about being an Orange County living wage employer, and I know that only applies to our own employees, but I do think there's something here in the spirit of this that is not aligned with that. I would like the board to consider adding something to board policy around contracting only with companies who pay at least the minimum wage or something like that. Perhaps we can bring that to a policy committee meeting next year. That's where I personally am with this. And I don't know what neighboring districts use, you know, who they use, but that seems like that could be good information as well.
And I was going to check on that.
That would be great. So I'm with Ms. Smiley. I don't think that it's something that I can vote in favor of, but I guess we need to hear from other board members where they are with this. And again, I can't see faces, so if you have something to say, just raise your hand and I will call on you, or jump in here. Okay, well then I guess I'll say this. Is there a motion to approve this contract?
So we have a list of bids here. Did you pull all of them? And so maybe we can specify which ones.
Okay, so maybe maybe I should ask, is there a motion to approve the other contracts on the child nutrition procurement list of contracts aside from the one with Corrective Enterprises?
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Smiley. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Dr. Moore. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
All right. Thank you all so much. That concludes our consent agenda items for this evening. And with that, I will ask if there is a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
Should we, I'm wondering if we should see if the board wants a vote on that item.
Okay, that's fair. I guess that was kind of included in what I was saying, all the other contracts except that one, but I am more than happy to take a motion if someone wants to approve it. Going once for a motion. Going twice. Okay, looks like we're moving on. You good with that, Ms. Smiley?
I am. Yeah, thank you. So thank you for that.
Okay, great. Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I just
No,
have
that's okay.
a question about, and maybe this is for Dr. Dawson, the implications then in terms of, or maybe Ms. Dubison can chime in. I'm not sure of, so what would be a next step for us? You know, this is a service that we need. I certainly understand your perspective and opinion. I just don't know what to do next in terms of the work that needs to be done through this proposed contract. So
My impression from Ms. Pitts was that you know, this just came in this afternoon, so she didn't have a plan B ready to go, but that, you know, they would be looking at figuring out how else they could service those machines.
Yeah, I think, you know, I know that in previous consideration, like we weren't able to find a vendor that could provide that service. So I guess we could try again to see again just that service. But the work has to get done. So if we're not able to find a company that will come in and do that work, then we're going to have to try to figure out how else these machines can be serviced and the chemicals. You know, if we can find another vendor that will replenish, you know, the chemicals, that's one thing. But as far as the servicing, if we can't find a vendor to do that and contract that out, then that means we're going to have to look internally. And honestly, internally, we don't have the capacity to have, you know, we don't have the maintenance team or the crew to be able to do that. So this is something that is a little concerning, but we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what solution we can find. But it is concerning because I know that our team, with the team that we have, we do not have the capacity to maintain this equipment.
So I guess that's something we'll just have to follow up with, because you know, we've had a vote at this point, and I think that we can maybe discuss it at the meeting that we'll be calling if necessary.
And Chair McKenzie, if I may just note also that this most likely will be a problem with our health inspectors until we find a new contractor. So just to note that, but we're gonna, well, we'll have to figure out how to find a solution, but I just wanted to note that as well.
Thank you very much. With that, is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Ms. Smiley and a second from Ms. Stevens. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle? Yes. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Our agenda has been adopted, and the first item on that agenda is school renaming. So I will turn it over to staff. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Chair Mackenzie. And so before the board discusses and votes on new names for Cameron Park Elementary School and C.W. Stanford Middle School, just want to take a moment to again provide background information for your recollection and the public's information, much like was done for the public hearing. Just thinking it's very important to provide context here. And so again, action item 10 in the board's equity resolution calls for the names of buildings in the district to be examined for their origin and compliance with the board's equity policy 1030. Specifically, action 10 calls for the district to review the names of buildings in our district to examine their origin in compliance with the board's equity policy 1030. So each school-based equity team took on this task, working through the lens of the following 6 areas to ensure alignment to the board's equity policy 1030. Number 1, does the name of the school reflect an interruption of systems, structures, policies, and practices which privilege some students while discriminating against other students? Number 2, does the name of the school reflect fostering a barrier-free environment where all students, regardless of their race, class, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, religious faith tradition, family structure, geographic origin, and ability disability, have the opportunity to benefit equally in order to succeed and thrive? Number 3, does the name of the school reflect every adult treating every student as capable of success and recognizes the uniqueness and strengths of each student? Number 4, does the name of the school reflect countering bias behaviors that cause harm to specific groups? Number 5, does the name of the school reflect countering unfair policies, programs, and practices that consistently result in negative outcomes for groups who are disadvantaged by these actions? And last but not least, number 6, Does the name of the school reflect negotiating, reallocating, and sometimes reimagining resources, opportunities, and supports when equal distribution of these things, a one-size-fits-all, results in inequitable outcomes that do not adequately meet specific needs and interests of all groups of students? Per the findings by the Cameron Park Elementary School Equity Team on February 8th, the board voted to rename Cameron Park Elementary School. Per the findings by the C.W. Stanford Middle School Equity Team on February 22nd, the board voted to rename C.W. Stanford Middle School and requested a process and timeline for renaming both schools. On March 8th, the board approved the proposed process and timeline for renaming both schools. On May 10th, the board approved 2 revisions to the renaming school process, the addition of meeting facilitators, and for the district to have 1 school renaming committee instead of 2. While members of the community submitted names, so while they were doing that for both schools via an online portal, 1 renaming schools committee was formed, comprised of 18 people, representing a diverse group of parents, staff, students, community members, and the 2 meeting facilitators. This committee met 6 times, April 20th through May 25th. At the June 7th board meeting, the following name recommendations were presented to the board on behalf of the school renaming committee. For Cameron Park Elementary School, River Park Elementary School, and Arbor Park Elementary School. For C.W. Stanford Middle School, Orange Middle School, Hillsborough Middle School, and Poplar Middle School. Additionally, at the June 7th board meeting, a motion was made and the board voted to approve the consideration of the name Dr. Kazmikia Corbett Middle School for C.W. Stanford Middle School, bringing the total number of names for that school to 4. 2 school renaming public hearings were held last week. On June 22nd, the board received feedback from the community regarding the 2 names recommended for Cameron Park Elementary School. And on June 23rd, the board received feedback from the community regarding the 4 names recommended for C.W. Stanford Middle School. The public also provided written feedback through the online portal on the district's website that remained open through Saturday. And so all of the board members had access to the online portal and reviewed the written feedback. The public also had access and could review the written feedback as well. So all of that was accessible to all by way of the district's website. So in closing, I want to personally and sincerely thank the 18 members of the Renaming Schools Committee, the 2 facilitators, and the host of staff who supported the committee and their charge for all of their hard work and efforts, as well as to the members of the community who took time to provide feedback through the online portal and via the public hearings that brings us to where we are today, so that the board can now discuss and take action on the recommended names for each school. Thank you all. So Madam Chair, this concludes the background information on the renaming of Cameron Park Elementary School and C.W. Stanford Middle School.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felder.
Of course.
We have no one signed up for public comment on this agenda item. So before I open it up to the board for discussion tonight, I want to take a moment to also thank the renaming committee for your dedication to this process and all of the community members who submitted their opinions about renaming these 2 schools on our public feedback form via public comment and emails and phone calls as well. From the work that I've done with this board through the years, I know that we're a group who greatly values public input and truly wants to be a governing body that acts on the will of the people in our district as best we can evaluate. While that isn't clear with every decision we make, the feedback we received from the public in this case was resounding. That 1, the community supports renaming these schools, and 2, that folks in this district generally seem to really value the policy we have around not naming our facilities after people. For that reason, though it's not my personal top choice as the new name for C.W. Stanford, I believe it's in the best interest of our students, for our board, and for the community to rally around the name Orange Middle School. Also in the same light, River Park Elementary was the resounding choice of the community for the name of Cameron Park, and I'm delighted to support that tonight as well. There are a few other issues I hope we will touch on during our conversation and as the board shares where they're at with these names. But that includes allowing schools to assess if they'd like to make any changes to their colors or mascots at this time. And I'd like to see us commit to honor Dr. Kazmiki Corbett and Mr. Caleb Moore within OCS, as we've also heard resounding feedback that the community values their contributions to our community and also to Orange County schools. So with that, I will open the floor to the board, and I will remind you all that if you'd like to make comments, please raise your hand in the participant list so that I'm able to see. I am not seeing any hands up yet. Ms. Hauser, and I'll ask you as you speak to please take your hand down as well. Thank you.
Let's see if I can do very high tech for me as my, okay, I will lower my hand.
I know
Thank
we're
you.
all working with a new process tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair McKenzie. I couldn't agree more. So I agree with your suggestions on the renaming. I did want to, so let me run with just the idea. On the recognition of Dr. Corbett through a scholarship, and as I look at Mr. Moore, who is a 30-year teacher at CW Stanford, I wonder if there's a way for the district to create a Teaching Excellence Award in his honor and to in fact award it to him as the first recipient. So I just wanted to put that out there as a suggestion, just to start the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. I think that we will definitely be keeping the idea of how we can honor those folks close to us in the coming months as we discuss. Other board members? Ms. Doyle?
Thank you, Dr. Felder, for your introduction, Chair McKenzie for your conclusions, and I also agree with where the best way to proceed is for our community. And like Ms. Hauser, I like her suggestion, and I realize we'll have to work on these details at another meeting, but I do like her suggestion regarding Mr. Moore, and a conversation I'd like to have going forward as to how to honor Dr. Corbett, particularly with her participation with the SEED program with UNC that was so instrumental in getting her into STEM and research. So I would love for us to have some Corbett scholars, but that's just a suggestion for another time.
Ms. Doyle? Other board members? Ms. Smiley?
Well, I just wanted to say that I agree, and I have loved the amount of public feedback that we've gotten throughout this process and have really found that valuable. So just want to echo the thanks. I have shared this individually with Dr. Felder, but I just wanted to say it for the record that as far as the total cost of the renaming goes, that I would just really like to request that staff pursue the most cost-effective, cost-efficient methods of doing this, right? So especially in things that have a natural sort of replacement cycle of some kind, you know, the scoreboard, is there a way to get one of those vinyl outside stickers and cover the name of the school? You know, just finding the most resourceful ways to make those changes is important to me, and I know it's important to other board members as well, but needed to just say it out loud.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. And I'm gonna, yep, you got that. Never mind. And Mr. Atherton, I saw your hand before. Did you still want to say something?
Yes. So I also wanted to echo the thanks and the time for everyone that's called, emailed, submitted feedback, our renaming committee for all of their efforts, and you know, also just explicitly thank the principals that ran them as well. I too agree with what Madam Chair said about the feedback and where I land too on the names of River Park and Orange Middle. Although I still am not in favor of the reasoning for it, I just want to say that that will be where I vote.
Mr. Atherton, Ms. Stevens?
All right, now I'm muted. All right, so I'd like to say that I appreciate the renaming committee's work as well as the staff, because our staff, in addition to the other things that they've been doing, you know, they worked on this as well. And I agree that the best way to move forward is to respect and honor what our public has said with the names that we got the majority of the votes, which of course was your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Are there any additional comments or, oh, here we go. Sorry, everyone. I'm still working with this new system here tonight. Ms. Hauser?
I have some comments about Mr. Stanford. Do you want me to hold it till after we decide on the names, or you want to hear them now?
You can carry on now if you'd like to.
You know, for me, just for the, you know, and I support all the things that, I mean, I was so impressed with the committee, but I just have to say that personally, I learned a lot in this process. And I learned a lot about Orange County schools during the time of segregation and desegregation. And I was sad to learn about misinformation that is circulating in our community about Mr. Stanford. And I'd like to just correct a little bit of it if I could. First of all, Mr. Stanford was not a slave owner, and he was a local farmer who served on the school board from 1941 to 1967 during school segregation. There is a tremendous amount of confusion in the community about that. So I want to clarify that. Also, that it was the North Carolina Constitution, not the local school board, that delayed desegregation of Orange County schools. In fact, our district was one of the first districts in the state of North Carolina to desegregate. Third, that the funding disparities that face Black and white schools was also a state issue. There was no local supplements for school funding. It was all provided by the state. The school board did control facilities funding. And once wartime restraints were lifted, Mr. Stanford personally appointed Black and white citizens to a committee to plan facilities. And that committee, in fact, resulted in the building of F1 Chiefs Elementary, Cedar Grove Elementary, and the rebuilding of Central High School immediately after it burned down. So I just want to add, I realize that we're not renaming the school because of Mr. Stanford, but because of the time. So I just wanted people to know a little, just to make sure we have the facts right about Mr. Stanford himself. Thank you. And can I make a motion?
You certainly can, and I would just ask, Ms. Dubison advised earlier that perhaps we would pick August 1st or August 15th as the date to make the names effective, to give schools a bit of lead time to take care of logistics with changing bank accounts and things like that.
Well, I don't know how to put that in a motion because I guess.
You could just say, make a motion to, you know, whatever your motion is, and the names would be effective whatever date you choose.
So just for a clarifying question, if the signs are not changed and the uniforms are not in place, so, you know, is it possible that we could have students on the Orange Middle School soccer team, I don't know if it has a soccer team,
We do.
on the soccer team wearing a CW Stanford uniform?
I mean, I think at this point, there's probably enough time to order uniforms or wear t-shirts or something like that. I feel really confident in our staff's ability to overcome those sort of logistical issues.
Okay, I have no basis to make a claim one way or the other. If it's okay, I'd just like to move that we rename the schools. we rename, and somebody else wants to make the motion on the date, so it'd be okay. I'd like to just move that we rename Karen Park, River Park Elementary School, and that we rename CW Stanford Orange Middle School.
Would you like to make that effective? I mean, I think if you don't make it effective on a certain date, it would be right now versus in August. So do you want to add something to that motion?
Effective when the changes can be put in place, you know, based on, I'm not quite as comfortable as you are that it could be done in time. So I'll tell you what, I'll let somebody else make the motion. I won't do it.
Okay, so are you retracting that motion?
Retract the motion because I'm not comfortable making a date. No, I'm just not comfortable with it.
Okay, would someone else like to make a motion?
I am happy to. If I'm curious from Dr. Felder, would August 1st or August 15th be preferable?
Mrs. Smiley, I would recommend August 15th.
Okay, so then I motion that we rename the two schools, River Park Elementary School and Orange Middle School, effective, I think you said August 15th. Is that right? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second that.
I have a motion for Ms. Smiley and a second from Ms. Doyle. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
With that, we have the new names of our schools, which will be effective on August 15th. Now that we have chosen the new names of these facilities, I just want to make a heartfelt request that our community come together around these schools so that staff can give their full focus to educating our students and the board can stay focused on student achievement and learning acceleration as we come out of the pandemic. Thank you again so much to everyone who has put so much effort and time into this project, and I really appreciate it. With that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is social emotional learning / mental health improvement plan.
Thank you, Chair McKenzie. And before I turn things over to Ms. Cobb, Director of Student Services, just want to state what I'm sure we all agree to, and that is that social emotional learning is an integral part of educating our children. In fact, we cannot sufficiently improve student achievement without also addressing student social emotional needs. So tonight, Ms. Cobb will present an overview of the district's social emotional plan, which, while required by the state, is a plan that the district wholeheartedly supports and deems necessary for student achievement. So at this time, I will turn the floor over to Ms. Cobb.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board members, Dr. Felder. Thank you all for having me this evening to discuss our social emotional learning and mental health school improvement plan. Next slide, please. So as we began to look at this, we started to ask, what is our compelling why? Well, we understand that social and emotional learning is an integral part of education and human development. And so what does all of that mean? It is a process by which our young people would acquire and apply knowledge and skills and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage their emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals. And so that is our goal as a part of the plan that we have set out to show you tonight. Next slide, please. On this slide here, we talk about what our 5 pieces to that look like. Our trauma-informed schools, we want to make sure that we're providing a positive culture and climate. So we want to make sure that we have that training for our staff and students to make sure that we're providing that. A part of our SEL mental health plan would be to look at academics and rigor. And by that, we mean focusing on MTSS, our literacy and culturally responsive pedagogy, making sure that our academic challenges are high and expectations for our students are high. Another part of that is our code of conduct, and restorative practices. And we've been talking about restorative practices for a while, and we've had it in our schools. We've had training, but we want to make sure that we are training and going back and inspecting, and that we are setting some parameters for how this looks in our schools. So we want to make sure that we are also pushing responsible decision-making, self-management, and awareness, and that we are also providing that for our school communities and not just for our teaching staff and students. The other one more is our social awareness and community staff and students SEL training. So while we know that everyone understands what social and emotional learning is, we want to make sure that we have trained staff and students as well as the community around what that is. And we want to focus on our adults and the support that they need to be able to provide a restorative community within that school building, as well as making sure that all of this is wrapped into our equity plan. And with all of that in place, we should have a school that is empowering our students. So our students are empowered and it's welcome in all of our schools. That is the environment we are pushing for. Next slide, please. This video is about 54 seconds, but I feel like this is, when I saw this video even further pushed my why. So I would like for you all to just take a few seconds and watch this video.
Please get everyone, good evening. Can I get everyone to mute while I get the video?
Thank you. Thank you. I think that video says it all, and that's where we want our children to understand how social emotional learning and supports will work for them. So like the baby said, if it was all around the world, it would just be a better place. All right, next slide, please. This next slide, the next 3 slides actually are data that we are looking at when we're looking at how we need to implement our social, emotional, and mental health supports throughout the next year and beyond. When you look at this slide here, this slide talks about the mental health referrals that were made throughout the 2020-21 school year. The key to this slide right here is to look at the age group. So the numbers across the bottom are the ages of the students that have been recommended. So if you will note that throughout 2021, we made 142 references or referrals for mental health support. Out of those 142 responses, if you notice, you will see that between the ages of 8 and 15, there are where our highest numbers lie. So that's where our focus needs to be as we move into this year, looking at our upper elementary, full middle grades, and our 9th graders as they're moving into the high school. So our transition year from elementary to middle, and then from middle to high school and throughout middle school. So when we think of 142 kids and the vast majority of them took place in that age range, that is our focus moving into this year. We will not stop with lower elementary and higher grades in high school, but we recognize that that is going to be an area that we need to focus on. Next slide, please. As we look at our 2021 suicide assessments and CPS referrals for and to EMS and police reports, there were 131 made out of last school year. And that seems like, oh, that's a pretty low number. It is lower than normal. But when you look at the percentage, when we break it out, 55% of that 131 responses were suicide assessments. Those were students who were having some struggles dealing with mental health issues, a concern that we want to make sure that we put in focus as we move on our plan. Next slide, please. And again, I just want to show for our suicide assessments, CPS referrals, EMS and police reports by age group. Again, we had 131 for the year, but if you note, you will see between the ages of 9 and 14, that's where our highest numbers seem to be. Next slide, please. So on the next couple of slides, I would like for you to just see, these are some of the things that we have in place right now that we plan to continue and shore up. There's always room for improvement, and we recognize that. So we are constantly looking at what we're doing, evaluating it, and how can we make it better. We do have social, emotional, and mental health promotion. We are doing that. We are a part of several community-based committees where we are examining social and emotional and mental health and how we can put things in place from the community side. We're also looking at that data, the same data that I just showed you around our social, emotional, and our mental health, and seeing where are our pockets that we need to make sure that we're providing the support and even more support. We also recognize that early intervention is key, and so we will be working with community agencies to make sure that we are adding that. And we are also really, really focusing in
We'll give Ms. Cobb a minute to see if she can get her connection back. Dr. Felder, do you have a suggestion of how to proceed if Ms. Cobb can't get her connection reestablished? Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry. Next slide, please. So also we are, again, looking at how we can support our adults with restorative practices training, making sure that everyone is aware and that they have an opportunity to grow and learn more, as well as going in and having our student support team support that work. We are also looking always keeping in focus our multi-tiered system of support, recognizing that the multi-tiered system of support, our family engagement, as well as our equity plan play a big part in the work that we're doing right here. We also are making sure that everyone is aware of our Say Something anonymous reporting app, which is a state app that helps us around students making reports about different things that they hear from their friends that are happening in their lives, whether it is harmful things or where they need more support. We are also really focusing in on and bringing attention to our gender support plan. We want to make sure that all students feel welcome in our schools, as well as making sure that we are doing culturally relevant leadership training through our equity plan. We also make sure that we have gatekeeper training, which we will continue, and we will be doing that again this year for our transportation, our custodians, as well as our child nutrition workers. All right. We have had challenges. We recognize that, but we want to keep pushing, and we know that we've got to set some things in place to make it happen. And so by building and aligning the infrastructure, mental health training for the adults, suicide risk referral protocols, threat assessment protocols, making sure that our school-based mental health referral protocol is in place and that everyone understands it, Those are things that we'll continue to do, as well as engage our stakeholders to strengthen our SEL and mental health promotions. So within our plan, we do have time set up that we will be working in our community to make sure that our parents and our community partners are aware of the work that we are doing. We can't leave out our code of conduct, which is just engrossed in restorative practices and how we can use that to further support students within our school buildings. Next slide, please. On this slide, we look at the social emotional learning and our mental health promotion. We look at the adult curriculum, the mental health awareness training that we will be providing to support our teachers and our staff. That will be provided and supporting for our health and PE instructors so that they can deliver those mental health concepts, the instruction integration, the SEL integration across content areas. We want to make sure that everyone is aware. We also want to make sure that everyone completes the human trafficking prevention curriculum and training. Also, making sure that our environment is one that is welcoming for everyone. We have teacher resources out there, the EAP, the Hope for Healers. We have our multi-tiered system of support for our students. We have our Crisis Prevention Institute, and we also have our CISM, which are social workers, counselors, nurses. Those teams work and support each other with that. And we also work really hard with our School Health Advisory Council, our SHAC. So the core SEL and mental health wellness supports, these are all being aligned through the work that we are doing right now. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a multi-tiered system of support showing how our SEL and mental health wellness supports work in our schools. So at the tier 1, this is what every student in our building receives. The teacher, school level counselor, guidance support. They get school level student support services, administrative support, along with SEL curriculum and support, restorative practices, Newsella. We're using Panorama to do our surveys and then using that data to build out a plan that is school-wide, but then could be individual for students, as well as the administrative supports from the district level. At tier 2, students would receive the same tier 1 supports, but we would add to that, they would get a referral for school-based mental health support if that is what they are in need of. They could get individual and small group sessions with student support staff. They have teacher support that they can also get. Keeping in mind that all along this whole tier, we are involving and keeping parents a part of the work that we're doing. That last tier is tier 3. So with that one, we would then employ, when we see, okay, we've done tier 1, we've added tier 2. So at tier 3, students would receive tier 1, tier 2, and at tier 3, we would add our student community support liaison, which is a DJJ person that comes in and works with students and families individually around success plans for academics, for behaviors, or whatever that student is in need of. They could also receive a school-based mental health support referral or referrals to outside supports within our community. And some of those are listed there. Next slide, please. So a part of the work that we will be doing with the staff this year is asking them to look at, and this is just a piece of the social emotional learning rubric, and that's just an example of it. We will be asking administrators to look at their school. Where are they at in these levels, in these areas? Understanding the whole child, making sure we have that positive culture and climate. Where do you see your school at, and where are the gaps, and where are the successes? And then we will take that data and go back and build a plan on how we support schools as a whole district and then individually. Next slide, please. Questions? I'm sorry, I thought I had enough.
Ms. Doyle?
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. I have some questions. I really appreciate your presentation and all your work, and particularly the data breakdown of the referrals by grade. And so just a couple specific questions that I know we've talked about before, but I'm curious, particularly, I know we've used the Panorama surveys. Are we still looking, so my questions are we still looking ahead to consider youth risk behavior surveillance system surveys for the coming year? And are we still looking at sources of strength to develop our network of support for students as the upstream suicide prevention?
Yes, ma'am. We are still working with the community mental health community committee that we are on together. We are still working with them. They put everything, we put a little hold on everything to get the new year started, but we are coming back to that. And we are looking at piloting sources of strength at ALS in the fall. And the social worker there and the counselors are preparing for that.
Other board members? Mr. Atherton?
Ms. Cobbs, I just had a couple of questions. So one is, how do we engage some of our partners in this as well? The one that comes to mind is Boomerang. I know we haven't had necessarily engagement with them this year, but next year, obviously, there could be. And just making sure they're providing the same amount of support inside our schools and outside our schools.
So with Boomerang, we are, we had a meeting set up, but we are rescheduling that meeting with them, but we are engaging with them. They have had the same restorative practices training that we use with Dispute Settlement Center. So they have received that training. So they use that as well as the program. And God, I'm so sorry, it has slipped my mind, but the program, when our students go into Boomerang, they do keep track of them and they come back, they visit with them, they do spot checks to make sure that the students are staying on track. And if they are having some difficulties, then they come in and they do some counseling with them to see what is it that they need that we could possibly provide extra, and or what could they provide, or do we need to employ some other outside or community agency to support our students. So we will continue in that relationship with Boomerang, especially around, you know, working with our students once they go there, just coming back and checking on them, because they build a rapport with them and a relationship that is very supportive, and we want to make sure we keep that intact.
Absolutely. The other question I had is, how are we addressing students that don't necessarily have behavioral kinds of things, but they need support and they're not sure where to go, right? A lot of our teens that may not exhibit, you know, normal, you know, concerns for teachers or others, what options do they have in this program to maybe start that first step to know it's okay to talk about it and then get the support around it?
So we will continue with our social workers and our counselors being that main object of support. We have been in contact with UNC, and because of COVID, you know, they kind of put a stop on everything. So around a lot of different things, we are reaching out to get training for our staff so that we will have a staff that has the training to support the students. But students know they can ask to see a counselor, social worker. They put those signs up around the schools, letting kids know these are safe spaces that you can come and ask for support, and we will continue that as well. The student support services teams at the school levels will do a presentation at the beginning of the year where they let the teachers know this is how you refer a student. So if you see something, you say something. That is a part of our gatekeeper training that I will do with our transportation, custodian, and child nutrition services. If you see a student, they're not acting the same way that they normally act, you think something is wrong. It may not, like you said, be a mental health issue, but it could be something else. This is how you refer them, and this is how you get them support immediately. So we give them all the do's and the don'ts so that students will have success.
So is there a path for a student to talk to someone anonymously, where I know some will be very nervous to take that first step and walk into a counselor's office?
Right. So we do have the Say Something anonymous reporting app, and that is put out there. We have it. They can actually go on a computer. They can call in. And students can go there, they can talk about what is concerning. If it is anything that is life-threatening, they contact me and the school level team to let us know. We get law enforcement or whomever we need to get involved. But anytime a student makes a call, they let us know that that student has called and what the support is that that student may need. So that's the first step. And if the student is like willing, so they could call and say, you know, my name is Sharita Cobb. I'm really having a hard time at home and I really need to talk to somebody. I'm scared to go to. They will call us, let us know during school hours, let us know Sharita Cobb has said that she needs this support. And then we can reach out to that student, pull them in private and have that conversation and provide that support to them.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Ms. Smiley, I see your hand now. And just so everyone knows, I can see faces again. So I think that we can do our typical way of being caught on now. I have figured that out.
Great. Thank you. And Ms. Cobb, there's so much here and so many different ways that we're trying to improve SEL and mental health in the district. And I guess one question I have is sort of what the big main strategies are, maybe like what are sort of the main things that you're hoping will be different, you know, in this particular school year. Just knowing that there are so many things that everyone is working on right now.
Honestly, for me, Ms. Smiley, it is around mental health because I fear, based on the year that we've had with COVID, that even though we've brought kids back, right? They came back half a year. It was still a little different. It wasn't the same. When they come back full time in August, that we will see some things that we have not been able to see because kids were at home. And so making sure that we have a strong program to support kids' mental health, sort of like what Mr. Atherton was saying around, you know, I want to say something. I've never had these issues and or concerns before. So how do I get that support? But I'm scared to go talk to this person over here. Well, we want to make sure they know about the Say Something Anonymous reporting app. We want to make sure that the community is aware of our school-based mental health. We want to make sure that, you know, the school is aware or the community is aware of how to reach out to school staff to say, I'm concerned about this student that, you know, I'm seeing at the library because I work at the library, and maybe you could reach out to that kid. And so we want to make sure that not just that we are providing that training and support for our school staff, but that we are getting that out in the community so they know how to reach out to us about what they see going on with our kids, because that's going to be key as well.
That's great. And one of the things that I remember from the Panorama survey just being really striking is the number of kids who just didn't feel connected to an adult, and just knowing how important that sense of connectedness and having a person is. What are there new strategies that will be happening this year in order to sort of address that, like kid by kid, and make sure that everyone feels connected to some adults in the building?
Well, I think that with this SEL plan, doing our restorative practices, especially if we are using our code of conduct, talking to kids and families about expectations, not just of the children, but of the adults in the classroom, in the building. This is what, Mom, you can expect of us. And one of the key things to our social emotional plan is making sure that we are connecting parents back to every time. Everything that we're doing, we're pulling parents in so that we are connecting them all the way around, because I think that's going to be key, is that making sure that we've got that connection with parents, but then pulling our kids in as well. So making sure that everybody is aware. And so that's why we kept saying throughout the presentation about adult SEL support, making sure they know what they could be doing. So throughout this year, we've been providing them with webinars and activities and things like that they could actually use in their classroom to kind of build that relationship with students. So we will continue to do that. And our school-based teams, student support teams, will be doing that with the staff as well to make sure that they have the needed resources.
Ms. Hauser.
So thank you for this great conversation. So Ms. Cobb, I have, building on what you were saying, it's clear that you're anticipating that COVID is going to bring a new world in social emotional challenges. So the question is, and we're about to talk about Esser funding. So the question is, how do you expect that to impact our demand for school-based resources, and that's social workers, counselors, Renaissance counselors, any other counselors, and are they available? Because I think we're not the only school that is going to be needing more resources. So are we prepared for that? And should we be allocating funds for that for next year?
So, Ms. Hauser, we could always use more. So I'm gonna just lay that out there, right? We could always use more, but I think that we have a plan throughout this part of the year, this last half that we were in school. We did contract with our school-based mental health partners with Renaissance, and they provided a therapist that was just here, right? And that person was available to any student. So I didn't have to have Medicaid. I didn't have to have this. I didn't have to have that. I didn't have to have a pre-existing mental health concern or any of those things. If I needed someone because of, a COVID loss or just dealing with COVID in general, these individuals were there. So we are looking at how we could employ that same kind of program again in the fall. The owner of the company reached out to me and said, Ms. Cobb, this was a great idea. Several other counties have called me and said, we want to do that, because we're providing someone for any child, like you said, that may walk in the door and say, I just can't handle this. I need to talk to somebody. And with our limited number of, counselors and social workers within our buildings, these individuals have been a great asset to us, and we want to continue that. So we will be looking at how can we build that plan back in as well, and working with Dr. Felder and Dr. Dawson on that.
Thank you.
All right, are there any final thoughts before we take a motion to approve this plan? Ms. Smiley?
I'm so sorry. I do have one more, which is, are there goals or like measures of success that we have for the plan in terms of change in panorama survey results, or presumably like fewer mental health referrals?
So we have a plan, and I thought that I linked it in, but I can make sure that I get the plan. There's a state plan, and then we have a plan where we have certain goals that we will be doing this by this date with our timeline and all of that. I will make sure I get that to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Atherton?
I did have one last question, Ms. Cobb. So, this week, last week I attended Hannah's Hope, and I know many board members did. And it got me to thinking about, we handle a lot when students are here. What do we do for seniors that are leaving? Do we offer any referrals to help them? Because, I just worry about how do we take that step from school resources to what do they do now, right? And there can be cases that the parent may not even be aware, right? So I'm just curious, what do we have that we can help with that transition? Because that's normally a very difficult transition.
So our student support staff, I cannot say enough about the counselors, the social workers, and nurses in Orange County schools. They are phenomenal. I just have to say that they go over and beyond. We actually have a community resources guide that we provide to families that says, okay, this is what we're doing for you here in a school, but these are also some community and school resources or that community resources that you can use for your student who may be experiencing some mental health concerns. And so what we want to do, we make sure if they are in the 12th grade, they're receiving school-based mental health. Well, before we get to the end of the year, we are helping that parent get a referral outside of the community, in the community outside of the school, to make sure that that student's mental health needs are met beyond the 12th grade and beyond whatever school they are attending. So we do that, and we also work with Freedom House. We work with, again, Renaissance Wellness Center, and we work with other community agencies around making sure that there are supports in place. The committee that Ms. Doyle and I are on, we also work with UNC Hospital and other agencies to make sure that there is a plan for kids beyond 18.
Excellent. And I completely echo our social workers, our counselors. I just see their cars just packed to the realm and just, 100,000 miles on those cars easily. So thank you so much.
Carrie, Ms. Doyle, do you have your hand up? I went back to looking at faces, and so I wasn't looking at the list anymore. So sorry about that. You're on mute.
Thanks, Hillary. Ms. Cobb, I know we talked about in that committee and elsewhere, I believe in community engagement, the whole the youth risk behavior survey, and we talked about potentially it being useful at the beginning of a year, kind of to Ms. Smiley's point of measuring how we're doing. Is that something that you think would be useful for the district to consider going into next year?
Yes, ma'am. And I am in conversation with Diane Chambliss. She and I talked, it must have been a month or so ago. We will be looking into that. Normally that is done around September, October. So we will be looking into that and making sure that we get it, because it comes down from the state. So we will look at that. She put in to have that back reinstated in this area.
All right, with Ms. Stevens?
Well, I was going to make a motion that we approve the social emotional learning improvement plan.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I have a motion from Ms. Stevens and a second from Ms. Smiley. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore? Dr. Moore?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. The mental health improvement plan has been approved.
Thank you.
Next, you're welcome. Thank you. Our next agenda item is National Board Certified Teacher Salary.
Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm going to take a few minutes just to say good evening, and I'm going to turn my camera off because I'm having trouble with my bandwidth as well. So I just want to let you know that that's why you won't be able to see my face. So this evening, we are coming to you to seek your approval to continue payment of National Board Certification pay to teachers that are transitioning into coaching, interventionist, facilitator roles, where their student-facing time drops below 70%, making the certification pay ineligible from state funds. So National Board Certification is a way to recognize the accomplished teaching that occurs in North Carolina classrooms. It is a process that is based on high and rigorous standards that evaluate teaching practice through performance-based assessments. Teachers who meet the criteria receive additional pay and receive a certification as a National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. The certification, the requirements are that the teacher spends at least 70% of his or her work time in classroom instruction, and most of the remaining 30% is spent in areas such as mentoring other teachers, providing demonstration lessons, writing curriculum, or developing leading staff development programs, or media coordinators, guidance counselors, career development coordinators, and instructional coaches at Title I schools if they work 70% of their time in these specific areas. So only our instructional coaches are required to be in Title I schools to qualify for national board pay. Currently within the district, there are 2 positions that are affected by the current rule as it stands now. We would like to seek your approval to be able to provide national board pay to these staff that transition into these interventionist, facilitator, or coaching roles where their instruction time may drop below the 70% of time directly in front of classroom teachers. This equates to roughly on average of $7,700 per teaching staff. And for the current scenario, that would equate to $50,432. Is there any questions or comments?
Mr. Atherton, and then Ms. Hauser.
I think this is the right thing to do, and I'm hopeful that we will also talk about, master's pay at some point as well as we go through this, but I'm in full support of doing this.
Thank you. Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I also am supportive. I have a couple of questions. I know there's 2 particular positions at question, but I know we do have national board certified teachers who did not apply for coach positions because they were afraid of losing their pay. So I just would like to, because as I understand it, this will be a policy now that if you're a national board certified teacher, you will always keep your pay even if you move from a state-funded position to a local funded position. And I just would like to understand, when would a teacher not get their national board certified pay? What would be the conditions where they would not be eligible?
Is that question going forward or is that question current?
Well, under the policy that you're proposing.
Under the policy that is being proposed, I am not aware of a scenario where a teacher would not be eligible. I'm going to ask for Ms. Bremer, who I know is on, if I am incorrect, to please correct me.
No, I believe you are correct. The only time that I could think of that we may run into a situation is if a teacher is going to a support position that does not get national board pay, such as social worker would be an example of one.
Thank you so much. Other board members?
Well, I'd like to, I'm sorry.
Oh, Ms. Stevens, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, could I just say, I'm very supportive of this because I believe we need to, this will help us hold on to our teachers, and it's overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Atherton?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Hauser. I will say that since I didn't comment yet, that I also enthusiastically support this and am really grateful for our teachers who will be moving into these positions and think they'll be a really strong addition to our schools. So I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle? Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
That has been unanimously approved. Thank you, Ms. Rath.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda So don't go too far, Ms. Rath, is Esser funds and the current state of student achievement, leveraging Esser funds to address unfinished learning in an Esser public hearing. So first we will receive our presentation, then we will recognize the speakers and have the written public comments that were submitted read, and then we will move on to board comment.
So good evening again, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, and to the entire board. So I'm actually kicking this one off, and then I'll punt to Rhonda. We're sort of tag teaming tonight. Next slide, please. And so if you could click, this has some animation. So without question, we all want our students to graduate from Orange County schools, college and career ready, in order to be successful for their chosen career or careers and for life. According to the research, next slide please, or next click, there we go. According to the research, the #1 in-school factor, I repeat, #1, nothing else exceeds this, and that is the teacher for increasing student achievement, followed second only by the principal, period. Next click. But we also know that, and as we heard from Ms. Cobb share in her presentation on the district's SEL plan, we can't focus solely on academics because our children come to school with a number of concerns, from homelessness, for some anxiety and worries, for others, yet hunger and just concerns about where they're going to lay their head are some of the concerns that our students bring to school, making it very difficult for them to learn, and rightfully so. Next click. So we are clear that students will not flourish academically, as noted here by Bloom's, which represents Bloom's taxonomy, a proxy that we use in the field of education for academics. We know that if we don't focus on SEL, which is represented in this illustration by Maslow, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if we don't focus on those things together, we're not going to have increased student achievement. So it's both SEL and academics working in concert together that make for outstanding student achievement in the face of, or in the environment where there's a high quality teacher and rigorous content. And I'll say more about that in just a moment. But first we want to look at the data. So what are our SEL and what are the SEL and academic needs of our students? What do the data tell us? Next slide, please. And so Ms. Cobb has so wonderfully, next slide, please, provided some insight regarding our students' SEL needs per the data she shared in her SEL plan presentation just a few minutes ago. So now Dr. Dawson is going to highlight historical EOG literacy data, as well as preliminary 2021, so a preliminary 2021 ELC composite data, and what those data are telling us about our students' academic needs. Dr. Dawson.
Thank you again, Dr. Felder, and good evening again, board members. And so the first slide we would like to share is just a reminder of a previous slide that we have spoken about before, that showed our three-tiered system that we have for our EOG reading data. And so this is just kind of reference for the trend data of where we were prior to COVID. And what we would like to share with you is a high level, I just want to accentuate the high level, very brief overview of what our trend data looks like now that we're adding the 2021 preliminary data to this trend. And so if we go to the next slide, we will see here, throughout this past year, we often shared our concerns of the COVID impact on our student learning. And so tonight, again, we just want to share with you a very high level data that's based on preliminary results from our spring assessments. It is important to note, again, that this is preliminary data, meaning that additional review and cleanup of scores are in process before the final results are officially released by the DPI. And it's during this time that districts work with the state to review any discrepancies, and the Department of Public Instruction will then conduct a final review before they send us the official review data with additional information. And so we don't have all of that yet, and therefore we were not able to provide like the disaggregated data that we were able to show in that first slide. And so in the future we will, once the final data comes in. But tonight we just wanted to kind of give the high level overview. And before we do, just some of our language. So when we talk about GLP, or the grade level proficiency, that includes students who scored a 3 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being lowest, 5 being the highest. And composite means that it's the average of all of the data for that grade and assessment. So and on these slides, that's what you're going to see, grade level proficiency scores and the composite. And so here we have the grade level proficiency composite percentage for all of the end of grade assessments for the elementary schools. And as stated by Dr. Felder, what we will see in these data is a continued decline in our student performance that's been exacerbated by COVID. And as the district starts to review our data, we ask questions in our data protocol, such as, what do we see? What does the data suggest? What are the assumptions we make about students and their learning? And what are the implications then of this on our teaching and the assessments? And as we dig deeper, we seek to understand the why and the root causes of our current student performance, which will then ultimately result in an action plan of how we're going to address these root causes. And here we see the trend data showing that our highest percentage was at about 75% prior to COVID and declined to about 70%, while the lowest elementary school was at about 45% pre-COVID and declined to below 25%. And as we move to the next slide, what we'll see is the college career ready proficiency. And the percentages of students here are students who scored 4 and 5s. And that's how we indicate that they're college and career ready, is the 4 and 5 versus the 3, 4, and 5 of the grade level proficiency. And again, this is for our end of grade assessments for the elementary schools. And then what you will see is CCR, meaning the college career ready composite, indicates that the overall average of the grade level proficiency for our EOGs here. So here we see a similar trend as the previous slide. And moving on to the next slide, this is our data for our middle school. So here's our grade level proficiency of our students scoring 3, 4, and 5. Again, composite, all of the average of all of the grade level proficiency. And here again, you'll see that there's a slight downward trend, again, as a result of COVID. And when we go to the next slide, you'll see similar, again, for the college and career readiness for our middle school students, for students who scored 4 and 5. And we kind of separate out here the 3rd grade reading proficiency percentages. Reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade is one of the most critical milestones in education, and we know this, right? Studies show that 74% of 3rd graders who read poorly still struggle in 9th grade, and 3rd grade reading scores can predict a student's likelihood to graduate high school. And it was Donald Hernandez who reported in Double Jeopardy that children who do not read proficiently by the end of 3rd grade are 4 times more likely to leave school without a diploma than proficient readers. While those with the lowest reading scores account for only 1/3 of students, this group accounts for more than 63% of all children who do not graduate from high school. So moving on to the next slide, we will see here, again, this is where our 3rd grade college and career readiness proficiency percentages are. And as you can see, well below where our students should be. And again, preliminary data. Please remember that this is preliminary data. And so we share that because this data is one of the driving factors of our relevant urgency for pushing as we are to improve teaching and learning for all of our students. And while literacy has a major proven impact on the economic mobility of our students, there are similar concerns in other content areas, as you will see in the next slide. Here we see the grade level proficiency composite percentages for math in grades 3 through 8. And what we see here are some dramatic changes in the trend, especially in our 8th grade math. So as part of the district's analysis, we will review further to determine what happened and why. And there are many reasons. I know that, there could have been a shift when our students, that all students might have been taking the grade 8 assessment. And then as students were able to take Math 1 in their 8th grade year, that could have impacted these types of outcomes. And so there are a number of reasons why our scores look like this. And this is why at this point, especially with the preliminary data, we don't want to jump to any judgment or assumptions yet until we get the final data and we do the deeper data analysis, really get at the why and the root cause. Because without identifying that, we won't know how we should do our action planning and strategize for how we're going to improve our student outcomes. And so similarly, on the next slide, you'll see our 5th and 8th grade science, and you could kind of see in the trend that there were times when it was starting to go up, and then of course COVID brought our scores back down again. And next we have our high school data. Now this one I want us to be most cautious about because there is data missing, okay? We don't have all of the data, so that's really important because that skews what we are seeing. And so again, this is preliminary data and the view of our high school proficiency percentages for only spring data in this trend. And as we know, there are a number of students, these are semesterized courses, so we do have students who take their exams at the end of first semester and then end of the spring semester. So just be noted here that this is only comparing spring data because of some of the data we were missing for the fall. And so again, the composite scores of biology, English 2, math 1 and 3. This is again not the final results, right? And so again, as the district starts to review our data, we will ask those questions that I shared with you earlier. And in closing, it's really important to note that again, I just have to keep reiterating that this is preliminary data. And once final data is released by the Department of Public Instruction, the district and the school teams will conduct a thorough data analysis to guide our work for improving the teaching and learning. It is also important to note there are a number of limitations and various reasons as to why our data looks this way. But I think one thing that we can say, as we can see here without judgment and assumptions, is that our trend data shows that we're well below even the 80% mark across all of our scores. And, it was in a downward trend pre-COVID. And then once COVID hit, that downward trend just took a much sharper downward trend. But we are optimistic that with the plans that we have in place for our teachers and students, we will move the trend upward this next school year. And to share some of those plans with us, I turn it back over to Dr. Felder.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dawson. And next slide, please. So while the data presented, again, preliminary data presented is quite concerning and certainly shows that the trend with regards to student achievement is not trending in the right direction and hasn't been. So this is not just a COVID issue, it was a pre-COVID issue as well. However, as Dr. Dawson mentioned, we are optimistic. And so yes, we do need to take a deeper dive into the data, including a review of the data disaggregated, looking at individual groups of students and then drilling it down even further to individual students. But what we know is, as a district, based on research and based on our expertise as educators, we know that we must focus on MTSS. So Ms. Cobb spoke a bit about MTSS in her presentation. So just to reiterate, MTSS is the multi-tiered system of support. It is not a curriculum. It is a framework or an approach that allows schools to ensure a number of things to students, both from an academic side and the SEL side. Again, both of those things, academics and SEL, must work together in support of student achievement. We can't just focus on one without focusing on the other. And so what MTSS does, as depicted in the triangle to the far left, it shows that at the bottom tier, that biggest, widest band is what we refer to as core instruction, or that good first instruction that all students should have access to. And if done well, that should address as much as 80 to 90% of our students' needs, just right there, right? So it's differentiated instruction, it's good first instruction, it's rigorous instruction, it's challenging instruction, it's instruction that allows children to think critically and evaluate and make judgments, etc. That's what happens there. And again, it should address 80 to 90% of our students' needs. So that's what's accessible to all students. But then there's the tier 2, and that would be for students who need additional support. And sometimes that additional support is in the form of remediation, but sometimes there are students who need additional enrichment. And being the mother of students who were at both ends of the continuum, I can tell you how that is critically important. It also speaks to students who need additional support with regards to their SEL needs and their behavioral needs. And then at that very top of the triangle is tier 3, and that's the more intensive support. Again, it's typically for 1 to 5% of students will need that kind of intensive support, whether it's remediation, enrichment, SEL, behavioral support at that tier. Next slide, please. So again, we know from best practice and the research and the research is certainly clear. And again, I repeat that the number one, I cannot underscore it enough, in-school factor for student achievement is hands down the teacher in the classroom, followed by their principal. So we're going to improve student achievement. We have to ensure a good first instruction, good core instruction, and which means we have to focus on the instructional core. And that's what's represented on this slide. So what is the instructional core? So as depicted here, it's comprised of 3 things. It's comprised of students, teachers, and the content. In its simplest terms, the instructional core is composed of students and the teacher in the presence of content. So if we want to improve instruction, we have to focus on our teachers and ensuring that they know their content, that they know how to teach it well, and that they have the supports and the professional development that they need to do so. We also have to ensure that the content is rigorous and challenging, that we are equipping our teachers with high quality curriculum. Too often, teachers spend countless hours. In a previous district I was in, we actually surveyed teachers and found that they were spending upwards of 11 to 14 hours a week sourcing on sites such as Google, Teacher Pay Teacher, Pinterest, looking for the what to teach versus being able to focus on the how to teach. That should not be the case. That's what I did some 30 years ago as a teacher. That should not be how our teachers are spending their time. And so we really want to emphasize elevating our teachers and supporting them and our principals in that way. And so the instructional core, again, is about how the students, teachers, and the content, the relationship between them, what's happening in that dynamic, and ensuring that all of those elements have what they need to be successful. Next slide. And there are two principles that we consider when we are, there are actually three, but I'll speak to two tonight, when we focus on the instructional core. And one is that there are three ways to increase student learning and performance. We have to increase the knowledge and skill of teachers. We have to change and improve the content. And we have to ensure that that relationship between the student, the teacher, and the content is working well. And to quote Richard Elmore, he said, "You don't change performance without changing the instructional core." The relationship of the teacher to the student in the presence of content must be at the center of efforts to improve performance. The second principle is what's dubbed, if you can't see it, it's simply not there. And that is that student performance is a direct result of teaching that is going on in the classroom and the tasks that students are asked to do. So what are the students asked to do as a result of the instruction that they're receiving? It is teaching that causes learning. So in summary, next slide, please. We must focus on the multi-tiered system of supports, both SEL and academics, because it is through that focus that we will achieve higher achievement for our students. Next slide, please. So this brings us to, so what's our approach? So we talked about MTSS, which is reflected here. And so how are we using the Esser funds that our district has been awarded to improve outcomes for children? Again, our approach is to leverage the multi-tier system of support by supporting schools with regards to the SEL work, so strengthening the adult SEL competencies and capacity, promote SEL for our students, and that could come through contracted service in other ways. Also with regards to the academics, so we've stood up a Summer Scholars Academy both this year, and we'll do that over the next 2 years for a total of at least 3 years using these funds. We are infusing schools with math coaches and interventionists per their request, as well as providing PD for coaches. And so we can't assume that, because that is a very precise skill set. And so while I may be a great teacher, I may not be as great with regards to coaching. And so we want to ensure that all of our staff in a coaching position has a strong skill set in being able to do that. We are also proposing the hiring of 2 EL teachers, again, based on data and schools' requests. We know that our EL population needs more support. And so those 2 EL teachers would support that effort. And then also leveraging the Esser funds to hire 3 additional AIG facilitators. In part, that will ensure some equality, as every school will have one, but we also recognize that some schools need more and want to ensure that the needs of all schools, so that's that equity model, are provided for through that position. And then there are other ways that we're looking to leverage the Esser funds in support of unfinished learning and accelerating learning for our students. And that would be through Esser mini grants for schools. And so this would be an opportunity for schools using their data, doing a comprehensive needs assessment of their student achievement data, the schools determining what in addition to what's been outlined already, which again came from schools, what in addition to that do they need to support their students? And so there's a mini grant process that schools will use to convey what that need is, to include how they're going to, what their measures of success are going to look like. And we also know how important data is. And unfortunately, the data system that we have in place in the district is not user-friendly. And in order to monitor student progress, we need to ensure that we have a robust data platform and that our staff are able to effectively analyze student data and make decisions based on those data. So we want to ensure that there's a platform and the professional development to go along with that. That's something we've heard from our schools. And last but not least, strengthen the instructional capacity and of our teaching and central office staff, because central office staff supports schools. And so I want to ensure that we are strengthening that instructional capacity and that there's the data access and analysis skill sets are strong, both at the school-based level and at central office. So at this time, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Rath, and she's going to say more about the Esser funds and how we are looking to leverage those funds to address unfinished learning and accelerate learning for our students. Ms. Rath.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Felder. Tonight, we're speaking around the district's Esser spending plan. It's important to remember that Esser is only a portion of the funds the district has to support MTSS and Instructional Core. As we've talked about previously on numerous occasions, the district receives funds from state, federal, and local sources. State, we receive funds in the form of position, months of employment, or dollar allotments. From the federal, we receive our Title I, Title II, Title III. This is also where the Esser funds flow to us, as well as the GEAR funds. And then we also have our local funding source, which is our per pupil funding that our Orange County Board of Commissioners approves each year. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to focus on the elementary and secondary school emergency relief, or ESSER fund. The first portion of this was approved in April of 2020 through the CARES Act, and we received education stabilization funds in that time frame. The second piece of the ESSER funds came to us in the form of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act that was actually enacted in January of 2021. The funds that we have received in this ESSER 2 expire in September of 2023. And these funds were allotted to public school units for the intent of focusing on summer learning. The next pot is our ESSER 3 funds, which were then allocated to us in March of 2021 from the American Rescue Plan Act. And these funds expire in September of 2024. And these funds were also in support of summer learning as well as unfinished learning. And we had legislation that dictated 20% at a minimum of these funds had to be used to address unfinished learning, which for Orange County schools equates to $1,654,000. Next slide, please. So Orange County Schools has received equivalent of approximately $12 million from ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. ESSER 2, as you can see, came in right at 3.7, and ESSER 3 came in at 8.3 million. Again, keep in mind that we are legislated that at least 20% of that ESSER 3 funds has to be focused on unfinished learning. Slide, please. As a requirement of the ESSER funds, all of the funding has to be used to support activities that focus on the reduction of the spread of COVID-19, the prevention of the spread of COVID-19, and then response to COVID-19. Next slide. Here you will see just a very short list of allowable uses that have been dictated in legislation for these ESSER funds. It is a very broad list, and again, here it is just a few of those items. Of course, summer learning programs, addressing any and all unfinished learning, reopening of schools, supplies to sanitize, disinfect, and clean, educational technology. There's also eligibility for improvement of air quality, and as well as professional development for staff regarding using personal protective equipment, as well as things that they can do to minimize the spread of the virus. Next slide. As you will see in the plan that we will be talking about next, our focus areas are on extended learning through our Summer Scholars Academy for K through 12, our human capital at the school level, and building capacity to strengthen the instructional core. Next slide. So here is our recommended spending plan for the ESSER funds that Orange County is scheduled or has received. The first item is 2 English language learner teachers. Those will be supported out of the ESSER $3 for the next 3 years. The enrollment decrease that we are anticipating, we have allocated funds in support of that. I do have those funds highlighted here because I think it's important to know that the current Senate bill that is out there that the House is actually looking at now for our budget for the next fiscal year does have language to hold districts harmless of any ADM decreases as a result of COVID-19 that they will and may experience in the upcoming academic year. Therefore, the funds that have been allotted here, in the event that that Senate bill is passed and becomes law, can be reallocated into other areas. A potential area is in the school mini grants, or as we'll talk about more when we get down to our unallocated pot, that we do know that that Senate bill also includes pay raises for our teachers, as well as bonuses for our classified staff, our principals, and our assistant principals. And we also know that we did not receive any per pupil increase in our local funding for this upcoming academic year. So any benefit or salary increases that are enacted in a budget bill will be unfunded, and we will have to look to other sources to fund those. The primary component of our ESSER 2 and ESSER $3 over the next 3 years is the Summer Scholars Academy. You will see that in our first year, our ESSER 2, we're dedicating an anticipated $2.5 million in support of this. You will see for the year 2 and year 3, we're looking to the ESSER $3 that will support $3 million associated with this. The plan over year 2 and year 3 is to offer summer learning to our tier 2 and tier 3 students needing additional supports and interventions, whereas this year we offered the Summer Scholars Academy to all of our students. We wanted to have the ability for all of our students to reignite their passion for learning, as well as to address any unfinished learning that was experienced as a result of COVID-19 and school closures. The next item that you will see is 8 math coaches or interventionists these again are positions that have been requested by our schools, and they will be at the school level. Those funds will come out of the Esser 3 and will be scheduled for the next 3 years. We also have the 3 AIG teachers that have also, we've talked about previously the need for these, as well as these are positions that our school principals have expressed a great need for. The final main component of our Esser 2 and Esser 3 plan are the school mini grants. As you see here, the plan would be to allocate $500,000 out of the Esser 2 and then roughly $1.5 million out of the Esser 3 to give funding for the next 3 years to the schools to have discretion through applying for a mini grant and utilizing those funds. I think it's important to reiterate and to just focus on that each of the categories that are presented here, other than the enrollment decrease, are directly in support of schools and will be school level positions. There are not any district level position or funds that are being allocated or planned here, other than in the event that we do have an enrollment decrease and the Senate bill does not hold true. The final category that we have termed it unallocated, but I think it's important it's like a reserve that we have a plan for. In the event that the enrollment decrease language does not stay in the Senate bill and districts are not held harmless, there is a potential that we could continue to see enrollment decreases, and therefore we have planned some of that funding in support of that. I also stated that in the event that there are pay raises or bonuses, we know that there are not any local funds that are available to us in the next academic year. So we will be looking either to our Esser funds or have to look at our local fund balance to support those. We also know that there is professional development that we want to make sure that is infused through this. You've heard multiple conversations throughout this presentation about building capacity, and we intend to utilize these funds in support of that. And another final option would be a data platform, a way to aggregate and analyze our student data. So as you can see here, we recommend and plan for year 1 to spend $5.6 million, year 2, $3.4 million, and year 3, $3.1 million, to get us to our total of approximately $12 million in our Esser fund spending plan. Next slide. Now, I believe we will have a moment to pause to see if there are any public comments surrounding the Esser funds and the Esser plan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rath. Now is the time for public comments. After each speaker has been recognized and unmuted, they will have 3 minutes to speak. The board will not have a discussion with any speaker. No profane or vulgar language will be permitted or personal abuse against any person. Public comments should not address any specific confidential student or personnel matter. Complaints concerning any specific employee or student are not permissible during public comment. I will note at this time that one comment that was submitted, our attorney has advised we don't read. because it is in violation of policy 2310, which says no profane or vulgar language or personal abuse. So while there is one comment that would be searchable on FOIA, it will not be read tonight. And with that, the first written comment submitted to be read by Ms. Stowe is from Mr. George Abel. Ms. Stowe?
Good evening. The first and only written comment from George S. Abel. Good morning. Being raised in Lexington, Massachusetts, the birthplace of America, liberty, and now a resident of Orange County for 16 years, I appreciate your offer to submit my thoughts. American history, both during good times as well as dark, all Americans have risen to learn from where they came and make a better place for opportunity or failures. Your suggestion to remove a significant historical moment by renaming 2 schools mimics issues blowing up ancient buildings in the Middle East. I strongly suggest you spend the money as a taxpayer on adding civic courses that teach all, reflecting the goodness and opportunity for all of us in our wonderful country. Thank you. Submitted by George S. Abel.
Thank you, Ms. Stowe. Our one and only speaker, so our final speaker, is Mr. Mark Dutton.
Hi, Madam Chair and the board. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Your time starts now. Welcome.
Thank you. So I want to talk about the 70s. My mom and dad, they partnered with the school district and the coaches, and football games on Friday. Everybody was in one community. I love tonight's presentation. I really want to compliment Dr. Dawson, Ms. Cobb, Rhonda, Ruth. This was, I hope I can add value. The one piece I wanted to make Dr. Felder aware of, and I know that data is fantastic, but the one piece that I would just ask you guys to include in the future is the parents. So I know teachers are very strong, and they've been strong, and the principals in my children's, but the parents, we can't rule out the parents and the family support. And I know you and me and Hillary McKinsley, we've talked on the phone, but that father, the mother in the home, and that family support, it's not in the statistics or the surveys, but I feel like it's important. The item that I want to just bring up, and we could talk about all the stats, but my son over the weekend, he was writing a list to go to youth camp, writing a packing list. But I'll give you an example of the things. He hasn't been in school in a year and a half. So when he writes business bag, he spells it B-I-Z-Z bag. When he writes deodorants, he uses 4 letters. And I just focus on the intent. I said, make sure you got the intent, and when we get home, we'll work on that. So I really want to strongly encourage the enhancement and a comprehensive recovery plan of these students done in phases. I don't think we fully know what we're going to get back. And I want to work down that list that I talked about last week. And I know I'm at my 3 minutes shortly, but specifically that academic core in the classroom, what's going on in the classroom with the reading. I know my son would benefit from HillRap, math, writing, being able to write with critical thinking, getting that support, that individual support from the teacher. Miss Livingood did fantastic with my son in the 5th grade and almost had him on grade level, and then we broke for COVID, and now we're back, drifting backwards. And my son is an indicator of those curves. Now my daughter in equity, she's at the top 1% of the curve, and she hasn't been impacted much. So each student is impacted a little differently. So I want to stay focused on individual understanding of what's going on with each student. The last item I have is just if we can use any of it for infrastructure. I know Hillsborough Elementary School always made me nervous because it's an open campus out there. And then the last thing I have, just wanted you guys to be aware, and I know you are, but I'm an adopted child from the Midwest. So I'm a military family. I don't know what my background is, but I promise you, myself, I'm a strong supporter of America, Orange County, and Hillsborough. And I just hope that my feedback has been helpful tonight. And then I just wanted to say, I think we need to do it in phases in a comprehensive plan, but it looks like you guys have the overall, it looked good tonight. I really appreciate letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dutton. Have a good night. And with that, I will open up the floor for comments and questions from the board. Mr. Atherton?
So I have a few comments and concerns, if you will. The first one is, I know Summer Scholars is one of the key programs to help with learning loss. My concern is we're going to be spending approximately 46% of our funding that, based on calculations of the 1,315, is about 18% of our population. So we're going to spend 46% of our funding on maybe 18%, and we have no control of who's in there, if it's the right students or not, and who needs the most help. So I do have real concerns with how that is being spent. And over year 2 and 3, we go from 2.5 to 1.5, which tells me there's going to be less students. So I do have concerns about how we're going to address the equity, which is giving the students what they need when they need it. The other concern I have with the plan is, when I went in and took the EOG preliminary data and disaggregated it, there's a huge problem that I see that I don't see how, or haven't heard yet, how we're going to address this. And I'll just take one sample. So 8th grade math, we know that based on that significance, right, the 95% had failed, or say less than 5% proficient. All of those students will be in high school math, and now they are starting with such a low proficiency. The MTSS process is based on having small percentages at the higher need, but we know there's a whole class going in there that's behind, and they need more of that recovery, which will be a larger population. And we could say that about any of the areas, right? If we disaggregated reading and math and all of our elementary schools, we have the exact same problem when you look at the 30% or 20%, and they're going to the next grade. And the teacher needs to teach the new content, plus they need to catch them up on the old. I'm worried that this multi-tiered system is not going to be effective on the magnitude that the teacher needs in there. I do know, based on prior discussions, when we've talked about what improves student outcomes, besides I definitely agree, the teacher, the principal, but more support in the classroom, such as the smaller class sizes, interventions, tutoring, especially at the high school level. But I do have concerns with how we're spending this money, given the need we see. And I know we only have preliminary, but the data is looking like we need more support in the classroom with additional resources to help catch up. Because as stated, if you're not reading by grade 3, and we do have at this point 4th and 5th graders, if you will, based on the year and a half, who are behind, and they're going to need help. Our 3rd graders, we can see by reading, definitely need help. But I'm going to stop there. I just wanted to, highlight a couple of the bigger concerns I have.
I didn't know if staff wanted to yeah, okay, go ahead, Dr. Felder.
I'll jump in. Thank you, Mr. Atherton, for sharing. You are correct in that ideally the pyramid, and if we can go back to that slide, I don't know what number it is, that is the ideal. But there are districts that find themselves with an inverted pyramid. And but that doesn't mean, so it's flipped, right? You have more kids at tier 3 and tier 2 than you have getting good first instruction. That doesn't mean that we don't still focus on providing good first instruction, because if we don't do that, we will never stem the tide or flip the pyramid. So where we find ourselves per the data is that we have to do both, right? We have to ensure that we are providing good first instruction, core instruction, tier 1, but we already have children who are in need of intervention, who are struggling. So we have to address their needs as well. What we presented tonight is just one bucket of funds, and those are the Esser funds. And we talked about how we're using and leveraging the Esser funds in support of the multi-tiered system of support, which is, again, research-based. It is effective when implemented well. And so our job is to ensure that we're implementing well, ensure that we're focusing on the instructional core. And I will tell you, while small class sizes are wonderful, the research will tell you, and our best practice, you can have as smaller class size as you can possibly get. If the number one in-school factor doesn't have the materials and supports needed to be effective, the small class size doesn't matter. So that instructional core, in an effort to, again, flip the pyramid and to ensure that all students are getting that good first instruction, we will focus on the instructional core to ensure that we're taking care of that using the Esser dollars. And we have other funds, as Rhonda referenced, that is not presented here, that we can leverage to help shore up students who need additional, not only intervention, but or enrichment. And I say that because just because a child needs remediation in one area doesn't mean that they need remediation in every area. Students do have jagged profiles. And so, again, tonight's presentation was focused on, well, how are we going to leverage these ESSER funds? And we want to leverage the ESSER funds to really focus on MTSS and then that instructional core, the academic and social emotional side of our students, that instructional core. And we will use other funds to further support students who need more intervention and more enrichment. I don't know if other staff want to also speak to that.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. I'm gonna, does anyone, do any other staff members want to comment before I call Ms. Smiley? Okay, Ms. Smiley.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up to learn a little bit more about this piece around the MTSS and the core instruction and what we're going to do this year about that, knowing how many students in our classrooms are going to be coming in with gaps in their understanding and being behind in, particular standards. And, there are many ways that a teacher might address that, right? I know that at some point I had seen a question around, should teachers, spend the first quarter sort of reteaching the things from the previous grade? And I think the answer to that is no, that the research says that's not the way to catch kids up, is to teach the things from the previous year sort of all at the beginning, but that it's to, add in supports in the moment, just in time, as you're learning the standards for that grade. But I don't know for sure that our teachers know how to do that. So what are we going to do? And is there anything in these investments, but what are we going to do to prepare teachers to deal with the fact that they actually may have more than half of their class needing tier 2, tier 3 level supports and sort of addressing it in the core?
Thank you, Mrs. Smiley, for that question. And I'm going to ask Dr. Dawson and Dr. Gammon to chime in. So one of the things I can speak to is that we're going to need to provide teachers with professional development and ideally job embedded. So that's one of the reasons why we are infusing the schools per their request with coaches. There's no better PD than that type of professional development in terms of building their capacity. My understanding is that our schools have literacy coaches, and so this request for math coaches / interventionists, meaning sometimes they may be working with students, but ultimately those positions, including the AIG position, in part would be leveraged to help build teacher capacity. I can tell you that some of the instructional resources that we are using this summer are actually being piloted. For example, Math 180 is an instructional resource that is being piloted in our Summer Scholars Program. Maybe one of the instructional resources that we make available in support of bridging gaps and catching students up. And so Dr. Gammon and Dr. Dawson, if you want to add more to that, please do. But again, it's both, it's providing professional development and ensuring that teachers have the resources to leverage in their classrooms with their students in order to meet their needs. And we are, as I said, piloting some materials now, and we'll be making some selections. The mini grants are another way that schools can, using their data, conducting a comprehensive needs assessments, identify strategies, instructional resources, et cetera, that they feel will be supportive of their students.
And just adding to that, Ms. Miley, really returning our district and school teams back to our data protocols. We know that a number of our schools have their data cycles still going on, but we want to have a much stronger focus at the district level and creating a district data team, and then really training our staff to know how to look at data, how to analyze it, how to take that analysis, then to create an action plan that will get at the core of adjusting teacher practice that will impact student outcomes. And so we will get back to our regular data cycles that will also help our teachers to know where are our students coming in and how, where are they starting. And as we strengthen our instructional core, then identifying which of our students are going to need that tier 2, tier 3 support, what is the right assessment or intervention tool that will help our students, because we want our kids to be fluid, right? If they may be just like what Dr. Felder was saying, if it's jagged and in a particular standard, they may be strong and won't need any tier interventions. But then moving along, another standard might come along and where they will need support. So we want kids to be able to go in and out of the intervention supports that they need based on where they are with the skill set, with the basic standards. And one thing that in the years of my teaching and as well as at the school level, when looking at our standards, yes, a number of our students are going to come back with not having been taught all of the standards this past year just because of the year we had. What's nice is that our standards spiral, right? So as the grade levels go up, the skills that we're trying to teach the students, actually a lot of them are still the same, but at the level in which they get them. So we can teach the standards and the skills, even though they're behind, we can catch them up. And I think the one thing that we have to remember is that our kids, this is yes, a reflection of where they are, but not a reflection of their abilities. And so, our students are very smart and capable. And now we're just going to have to work on making sure that we're giving our kids access to the rigorous grade level content that is culturally relevant, that is taught by teachers who are culturally responsive. And in doing that, we will catch our kids up. So, part of that is, again, looking at what are we using to teach our children. So when we take a look at our literacy curriculum, is it based on research and science? And it's been very encouraging to see the district, the state, reinforcing that, science-based literacy. So the science of reading approach is going to help us in really honing down the skills in our literacy development of our children. We're continuing to do that in all of our content areas and reviewing what it is that we're teaching and how we're teaching to accelerate student learning. And so, yes, our kids will come in some areas where they didn't get taught, but we will teach them and they will get caught up. And it's really, again, that strengthening that instructional core. And then with the data analysis, really being able to personalize and customize where the kids are in their development, get them the interventions and the supports they need, and continue moving them up. And I do want to, and this is what we do, right? And you know, a number of us have proven track records of how we've done it and done it well. So we're really excited at this new year and this opportunity to get our kids caught up and moving forward. And there was something about the funding for summer scholars, and I just want to remind us that 20% of our, I want to say, Ms. Rapp, please correct me, one of our ESSER funds, and might have been ESSER 2, that we were to spend on extended learning for summer school. So that's part of where that amount is coming from. And yes, you know, this year we broadened our reach and approach, but as we continue to identify the levels of intervention our students need, we will continue to focus on them for future summers for the next 2 years.
Yeah, and I wanted to just add one additional comment, and I do echo what Dr. Dawson and Dr. Felder both have shared. I do think one thing that's critically important is to acknowledge the time that we're going to have with students next year, when they are hopefully present in school physically. It will make a huge difference, but being very strategic with that time, that is a real critical piece with the MTSS process, like how we are strategically creating our master schedule, how students are being placed, how time is being used throughout the day. That's one critical piece. And another piece, and this is kind of echoing back to Ms. Cobb's share earlier and what Dr. Keeling's going to share here shortly. This is the first time in my experience in Orange County schools, and that's dating back to even being a building level administrator, that we actually have, a draft of an instructional framework. We actually have an equity framework. We have an SEL framework, but those are pieces that are actually working in conjunction at this point. And that's something that from a district standpoint, we often have schools that create school improvement plans every year, and you'll often see very common trends with those, trying to improve differentiation in core instruction, the hope to improve, family and community engagement. But as a principal, it's easy to work with your school team to put that down on paper, but then having actionable ways to carry those pieces out and metrics to measure that and progressions to follow. That's where the district, I've seen a huge level of growth this past year in creating those kind of vehicles that as they get introduced this summer to our school teams, as we continue to get input from our community, those pieces working in conjunction with a new strategic plan, I believe are really going to give us some actual traction as we move forward. And hopefully as we move along this continuum, we'll be able to present more on those individual elements and kind of show, at the school level, how are we taking those frameworks and really allowing school teams, the teachers that are in the classroom and the administrators to really talk through how they've personalized elements of those frameworks to truly meet the needs of their school in an equitable fashion based off of what the data says and what our resources are kind of at our disposal. So there's a lot of work. I mean, the questions are fascinating, but I think that we're moving definitely in the right direction.
And I do want to just add, because thank you, Dr. Gammon, for identifying the different frameworks that we've been working on to really help us have the focus and the direct the map on how we're going to do this work moving forward. And there is another framework. There is a family engagement framework, because we do understand the value of our families and the role that they play in educating their children, our children. And so there is that framework as well. And as we've heard previously, and as we will continue to learn more about as we proceed with our strategic planning, that, our family engagement, our literacy, there's these priority areas that we have that is going to really give our work a focus. So yeah, it's really exciting. And we're just, being at the summer scholar programs, seeing our kids, and I know we'll talk about summer scholars later, but it'll be just so good to be back in our schools with our kids and our teachers, and being able to do do what we do.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens? Did, you there?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we extend this meeting until 10:30. I'm just looking at the agenda. It's no way we can complete the agenda in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend until 10:30. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Atherton. Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore? Dr. Moore? I'll get it one day.
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Great, we are in session until 10:30. And I saw Ms. Hauser's hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I'm listening to this conversation, and I think if it was a traditional school year, it would make more sense to me. But we're now looking at, in some cases, 99% of our kids are not proficient at their grade level. That in our Title I elementary schools, 70%, in general, 70% or more of our kids are not proficient at grade level. We have to catch up between 6 and 18 months of work in the next school year, and we've been given the Esser funds to create urgency, not to do the business as usual stuff, but to really create urgency. And when I talk to the schools, they're talking about things like curriculum pacing, and they're looking for the district to provide curriculum pacing so that they know where to start kids who might be in second grade, but they're really at first grade. So where do you start kids, and how do they pace that curriculum within the core? I would say that of our 70% of our kids that are behind, they're not all behind in the same way, and their learning challenges are all different. There's so much and there's so many. So what are we doing for smaller class sizes within the next year, not forever, smaller class sizes, more small groups within the MTSS framework, tutoring. It's all going to cost money. And when I run the numbers, for our 6 weeks of summer school, we're spending $1,900 per pupil. And if I take the 8 interventionists plus the grants, it's less than $200 per pupil when all are for over an entire year. It doesn't seem responsive at all to me. So, when I looked at the numbers, I would be taking year 3 is like a lifetime away, but I would be taking that most of that. Well, let me say I would be taking most of that $3 million in year 3 and put it in the mini grants now for schools so that they can get to work, because we've got a lot of catch up to do, and we really can't wait until the district has analyzed the data, because every one of those teachers has a bunch of kids that they need to put plans for now and be ready to execute in 6 weeks. So how do we, I don't see that urgency in this plan. I don't see that commitment to accelerated learning in this plan. So what can you do to make me feel more comfortable?
So Ms. Hauser, with the kids in mind, and this is about our children, of course, please know that what we're sharing with you tonight is, again, how we're funneling our Esser funding. And as Ms. Rath had shared, that, there are other funds and other work that is being done. And as, the curriculum and instruction team, that's, some of the work that we didn't, and maybe we probably should have mentioned that too, but the work that we normally do, right? Like part of what we're doing now is reviewing our curriculum, and are we offering, and do we have curriculum, and what is the curriculum, so that we're making sure with that instructional core that we're teaching the right content at the grade level content. And yes, and part of that process is the pacing, and that's just part of the normal work that we do. And so if teachers don't have pacing guides, then that's something that we do need to give them. I know that some of that work has already been done prior to COVID. We'll continue to do that work. In regards to summer school and the $1.6 million, which was our 20%, that's required, right? So it wasn't that we chose and decided that we were going to do that. That was mandated by legislation that we had to have summer school program. They were very particular in what criteria we had to include in the summer school program, including how much we were to spend on the summer school program. So that's part of where that's coming from, and where, you know, we increased the amount of dollars available for schools. But again, you know, we want schools to be very specific of what their ask is for and how it's going to address student outcomes. And when you take a look at what it is that we listed as to how we're spending these funds, it's part of that urgency in the sense that we know our EL students need additional support. That's why we're asking for, you know, to funnel some funding that way. We know based on what, not only the data, but what schools have asked for in regards to math support. That's where this is coming from. This is all to support the urgency of our work that needs to be done in our schools, and how central office team can support and serve our schools to be able to do that. So, you know, this is about urgency, and it is about the importance of getting our teachers the tools and the strategies they need to be able to support our students and what they need. So all we've been doing, I know for me, ever since I've been with Orange County, has been working at a pace with this relevant sense of urgency because of the importance of what our students need. And our students were below 80% and 70% prior to COVID, right? So this is not even like so much a response to COVID, it's response to prior to COVID, when we have this trend from 2013-14 that has our kids performing so low before COVID. So yeah.
So let me just, a couple of things. First of all, on these performance numbers, before only our underserved kids were at 70%. Now it looks like everybody is at 70%, which is even greater urgency. I want to talk about that 20% for a second, because as I understood it, the ESSER 2 money was for summer school, and that we have to, in addition, use 20% of the ESSER 3 money, which is the 1.6 million, for other things. So I think you've got it kind of covered in the mini grants and the interventionists. But anyway, I just want to be clear on that. I'm a little, I'm all for the AIG teachers and the ESL teachers. There was one other, but these are operating expenses, and I think it's and they were in our continuation budget, which didn't get funded, so now they showed up in our ESSER budget. So I just want to be really honest about that. Those are ongoing operating expenses, and I'm not sure it's a good idea for us to be planning to use our ESSER money for ongoing operating expenses. I could see it for a year. I'll even see it for 2, but by the 3rd year, I think we need to be covering that in our operating budget, not shortchanging our opportunity to really bring, throw resources into our schools now. So I just want to make those clarifications. I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure I'm seeing it.
So Ms. Hauser,
okay.
I'm sorry. Ms. McKenzie, just one last thing. Yes, we are seeing these positions and this ask, and how we're funneling again, because the need hasn't changed, right? The need was there prior to, and the need is there now. And so how our part of our strategy is building the capacity of the teachers that we have now. And so we're using the ESSER funds to help build the capacity of our teams. And that's with funneling more resources to our schools to build the capacity of our teachers, so that yes, when ESSER dollars are gone, that we will have our teachers strengthened and knowing the strategies and the skills that they can continue should we not be able to continue to fund these positions that we have right now. And so our focus is building the capacities and sustainability once our Esser dollars are gone. And I will stop now. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Pardon my interruption.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Ms. Doyle?
Thank you, Chair McKenzie. So just quickly, I just want to make a couple comments. One, I agree that, a lot of the work we've done that maybe has seemed amorphous at time, but the equity-minded context, the SEL-minded context, the community engagement that we've really focused on this year, building up family liaisons and interpretation and realizing that we need those more English language learner teachers. I think that is really vital to what we're trying to do to recover and build up student achievement. So I agree with that context that we've shaped, and that all of this needs to happen in that context. I like in here, we've been talking a lot about the need for more full-time AIG teachers in each school, which build that also the K2 nurturing, which will help our budding students, our budding scholars. I like, we've talked about this before, the math coaches that each elementary school has not had in the past. So there's a lot that I really like here, and decisions that are made. That the school mini grants amount to about $56,000 per school, which is significant. But the two things that I'd like to see more of going forward, I'm interested in hearing more about the Math 180 pilot that you've mentioned, Dr. Dawson. I think it was Dr. Dawson, Dr. Gammon. But I feel like we really need to have that ongoing, embedded in the school week tutoring to improve the math that our graph showed is so drastically not strong right now in our district. And also, as just want to mention, I also want to see that kind of embedded tutoring and recovery, since we haven't in the past been a district committed to the science of reading. I'm so glad we have Ms. Amber Wilson leading that now. But, how do we help students who did not come through our lower grades adequately instructed in phonics and science of reading? How do we help them recover fully? And so I feel like I want to see more at the almost programmatic or built-in tutoring level, that I don't know that a $50,000 mini grant per school is enough to establish. And so that's what I'd like to see more of in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Ms. Smiley?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that point, which is, I think we're missing an opportunity with not having a district level plan for high dosage tutoring. Because I think there's economies of scale there in terms of planning something like that, and helping schools get it off the ground and provide training for tutors and things like that. I just think it's a missed opportunity when we know that that is, as far as extras go, as far as additional interventions, it is one of the most effective things, according to all of the research. So I think that's a missed opportunity. There are some things that I was surprised to see in the Esser plan, given earlier conversations that we've had. So covering ADM losses, I thought would be covered by fund balance, not by Esser. Covering salary and benefits increases, unfunded, I thought those were going to be covered by fund balance. And so I'm disappointed to see those here when those funds could be used for more sort of direct to student additional interventions. And then the other thing I was surprised by was the 3 AIG roles instead of the 2. My understanding of the 1 AIG teacher for each elementary school was actually that was an equity thing, because we would be, by providing them equally, some schools with smaller ratios would get more. And so it wasn't exactly an equality thing, it was an equity thing. And so that's an additional piece that I'm not sure that we need as much as we need more investment in the highest needs students.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. Are there any final thoughts before we wrap up this conversation? Ms. Hauser?
There's one other piece that we are not talking about, and that's K2. You know, and what are we doing to catch up those kids, because time is so critical at those ages. So, you know, and again, through combinations of small groups or small class sizes or tutoring or all of this. And I'm agree completely with what others have said, but $60,000 per school is not nearly enough, especially if we're going to think about, well, it's not enough. We're talking about for an entire year, you know, and forget 3 years, let's talk about for 1 year. But we need a year of services. We may need to add some transportation resources if we want to get kids home, because as we know, lower income kids in particular won't have the transportation resources to get home if schools want to keep them late. Snacks, other things, there's all kinds of things that are going to be needed, and I just feel like we are under resourcing that. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. I think we have given staff a lot of great and robust feedback to think about. And at this time, we're going to need to move to the next agenda item, which is our equity plan and I will welcome Dr. Dina Keeling.
So as soon as you called on me, I got. Sorry.
No worries, take your time.
I know it's late, I'm tired, so. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for that. I am here tonight to present the OCS 2020-2021 Equity Plan. I want to start by giving some information about equity, what it is, what it isn't, and why it matters, explaining why we have an equity plan in OCS, and then highlighting some of the work that we've all engaged in and what we were beginning to do to eliminate academic gaps and inequities in access and opportunities and create equitable outcomes for all OCS students. So what does equity mean? Equity means ensuring every student has the right supports and services to succeed in school and life. And having a district focus on equity helps us identify and remove barriers and find pathways of support that meet the needs of all OCS students. Equity does not mean equal. So if we take a look at this graphic, if education or educational services and instruction is the bike, the top picture shows what equality is. Every student gets the same services. For one of those students, those services and instruction works, but this is not the case for the other students. For some, it just doesn't work. And for others, there's a complete lack of access, like for the student in the wheelchair. If we look at the bottom picture with equity, each student gets the services and support that they need. And although the student who was in the wheelchair needed a bike with additional wheels, the second student, the one for whom the services and instruction worked in the first picture, still has the same bike. Equity requires us as educational leaders to reimagine how we will deliver instruction and provide resources in a way that doesn't benefit some students and create deficits for others. Now, this is not a perfect representation of equity in this graphic, because I would rather see the students all be in like a horizontal line straight across, each reaching their goals, instead of the students in the wheelchair being at the back of the line. But hopefully this gives us some context and helps us to understand what equity is and what it isn't. Why does equity matter? Equity matters because every one of our OCS students matter. Equity matters because every one of our OCS students deserves to be supported and celebrated. And equity ensures that we are providing those opportunities for all students and embracing the diversity of our community. Improving equity in OCS helps everyone. A great education has the power to not just improve a student's life, but uplift an entire community. As I was driving into work one day, I noticed a new, beautiful facility that I later found out was a jail. We are told in education that jails are built based on third grade test scores. So what if instead of a jail, based on our scores, that facility needed to be a college campus? Orange County Community or Technical College with an emphasis on agriculture. Together, we can build a more equitable future for all of our students, and our equity plan shows us the actions we need to take to get there. Next slide. Policy 1030, Equity in Education, states that the board shall demonstrate its commitment to equity by directing the superintendent to develop an equity plan to implement this policy. Item number 4 of the Orange County Board of Education resolution towards equity in education and OCS also states that the board will ensure that the district creates, implements, and evaluates a yearly equity plan. The purpose of the equity plan is to define the academic gaps and inequities in access and opportunities that exist for OCS students and families, and to devise an annual plan of the actions the district will take to eliminate those disparities, increase access, and create equitable outcomes for all OCS students. The equity plan is developed each year. This year, because it was the first time constructing the plan, we are presenting it as a year-end progress report. Starting in the 2021-2022 school year, the plan will be presented in the fall and will include a result statement for each goal and the anticipated actions that we will implement to achieve those results. The equity plan is a working document. This means it will be updated throughout the year with evidence of progress. This year, our data collection points were 1, around collecting perception data, so asking different focus groups, what has been your experience in Orange County schools? And number 2, examining our quantitative data, which is all of the achievement data that we've just spent the evening discussing. And this data serves as our baseline data. And much of the evidence of our progress in this year's plan is going to be process data. What did we do and for whom did we do it? Because we needed to put some systems in place that previously didn't exist. As Dr. Gammon stated, each year schools are tasked with developing school improvement plans. And while every school sets goals and creates strategies to close academic gaps, we now have this equity framework which shows schools which areas they must look to identify disparities and where to focus our strategies. What makes our OCS equity framework and equity plan stand out? For one, equity is in everything we do. So as you can see from the framework, it is in our instruction to our environment, it's in our leadership to our decision-making, it's how we allocate our resources, and it is in our collaboration with students, families, and the community. The second thing that makes our plan and our framework stand out is that every stakeholder plays a role in carrying out this plan. This is not a plan that says, here's what the district is going to do, or here's what the equity officer does. No, this is a plan that has actions from the OCS school board to district leadership, to school administrators, to teachers and school staff, students, parents and community, parents and guardians, and community members. As I said, together, we all build a more equitable future for all students. Next slide, please. While our OCS framework identifies our areas of focus, our OCS equity goals tell schools and the district what we must do to eliminate disparities and achieve equitable outcomes. Within each goal, is a year-by-year progression over the next 5 years for accomplishing the equity goal. And Dr. Gammon made reference to this, that as schools are identifying their school improvement goals, that we now have a way of each year, what do we need to do to get closer and closer to that goal? Next slide. So the entire equity plan has been submitted to the board and stakeholders for access. Tonight, I'm just going to highlight some of the actions that we've accomplished this year. So I'm going to start for each of our goals talking about where we hope to be in the next 5 years. So by 2025, where are we trying to get to? And then as you'll see on the chart, this year, here are the things that we did in order to get us closer to that end goal. So for goal 1, by 2025, OCS will eliminate inequities in access to opportunities. And this will be evidenced by the representation of students in educational programs, opportunities, and activities being proportionate to their representation in the student population. OCS will eliminate inequities and raise the level of achievement for all students. And we will do this by providing all schools with direct, individualized support in implementing instructional models and strategies that have success with eliminating academic disparities for those students for whom our disparities exist. Currently in OCS, those students are our Black and African American students, our Latino students, our English language learners, our exceptional children, students whose families are economically impacted, students who are identified as McKinney-Vento, and under the Every Student Succeed Act. This year, in order to have some progress toward our goals, we needed to identify where our academic disparities and inequities in access were. And so we held a number of focus groups this year with students, with parents and guardians, with community members. And we also examined our trend data, which again was discussed earlier today. Based on the focus groups and the trend data, we identified 3 disparities that we needed to begin to address. And those are access to advanced courses, student achievement, and student discipline. Excuse me. We also needed to identify which student groups these disparities and inequities exist for. And as I just stated, it's our students that are listed here. And then some of the actions that we began to put in place, again, are listed in the chart. And that is offering an African American Studies honors level course as a way to get students engaged in taking those advanced courses and for them to be able to feel that success so that they can want to take additional honors, AP, IB courses, an examination of AIG, beginning to formulate a student discipline task force, and our supervised learning labs that we had operating during COVID that gave preference to our students who fall under McKinney-Vento and Every Student Succeeds Act. In terms of opportunities for continued progress, one way that we hold ourselves accountable to eliminating inequities and raising the level of achievement for all students is to be of the practice of regularly reviewing data for each student group and identifying strategies for each student group. And the data dashboard that Ms. Rath talked about earlier will assist with this. We must also make student groups visible. So one of the things that we did was we took a tally of the number of times that each of our student groups for whom our disparities exist were mentioned in board meetings in the time period from February through May of 2021. The topics in which these student groups were most discussed were those topics that related to this equity plan. So the board meetings where we discussed AIG, where we discussed staff diversity, where we discussed the equity framework, when we discussed school renaming, but that wasn't about our current students, that was about students during segregation. And so all the other meetings, all the other topics, these student groups were really not mentioned. The word equity and equitable was said, but our actual student groups were not. We can't address what we don't discuss. So we need to increase our discussion around these specific student groups. And so again, asking So really disaggregating that data, what does it mean for each of these groups? When we talk about our strategies, how are we going to move close the gap for each of these different student groups? Next slide, please. So for goal 2, by 2025, Orange County Schools will provide every student with high quality and culturally relevant instruction and curriculum in inclusive, emotionally supportive environments that are free from discrimination. And we will do this by implementing culturally relevant and sustaining pedagogy, racially and culturally responsive social emotional learning, and utilizing racially, culturally, and linguistically affirming and inclusive practices in all schools. And as you can see by our chart, here are the things that we needed to do this year to begin to move us towards that goal. This goal is really about hearts and minds. So when we say all OCS students matter, this goal asks us, how do we demonstrate that all OCS students matter? So this year, we needed to assess our safe, inclusive, racially, culturally, and linguistically, the responsiveness of the district. Here again, we held focus groups, and you can see some of the themes from the responses. And really, the strategies around this completely are what Ms. Cobb discussed earlier today in terms of our SEL plan. And so I hope that you're beginning to see all of the ways that equity and our frameworks, as Dr. Gammon said, are just all coming together. So I really don't need to discuss the strategies because Ms. Cobb went over those. And so in terms of some of our work for next year, we will begin to do equity walks in school. Ms. Cobb talked about providing some tools of assessment for schools. And so we'll have look-fors and we'll all be on the same page. So when we as central office come in to schools, we're helping administrators with their assessments of what to look for. And that'll be the same thing that is for our family engagement plan, as well as around leadership in terms of being equity leaders and how are you creating a more inclusive environment. We have a number of different tools that we'll go over this year and begin to utilize. So while we have done a lot of work, we still have some work to do around creating racially, culturally, and linguistically safe environments. Students have asked for a policy on microaggressions as a way to keep staff accountable for addressing and eliminating acts of racial harm and intolerance. And this is one way that we can put a system of safety in place. But how do we keep our students and staff safe who are trying to engage in culturally relevant teaching and creating these racially, culturally, and linguistically safe and inclusive environments? Our OCS students are asking for historically accurate course content and for us to require racial equity training for staff. They're asking for us to create these environments for them to be themselves. And right now we're in a climate where that's creating a challenge for educators. And so one of the things that our equity leads and administrators have expressed is the need to feel supported from both the board and district leadership around them engaging in this work. So they want to hear that acts of racial harm and intolerance will not be tolerated in OCS. And they want to see us as leaders coming into their classrooms in schools and engaging in this work with them. Next slide, please. By goal 3, by 2025, we will actively train and support all administrators, teachers, and staff in creating culturally affirming and relevant classrooms in schools and developing and promoting a culture of high expectations for all students. And this will be evidenced by all OCS district leadership, administrators, staff, and teachers acquiring the skill, the will, the capacity, and the knowledge to lead with equity. And we will use this tool called the Toronto District School Board's Equity Leadership Competencies. And within 3 years of employment with OCS, then the expectation will be that our staff has acquired those skills. So goal 2 is about hearts and minds. Then goal 3 is about how do we change hearts and minds? How do we move towards this collective responsibility and this core belief that all students matter? This is perhaps the biggest part of achieving equity. This goal focuses on the work that we're doing to get there, including providing access to resources, our weekly reflections that are for staff and leadership and the board, the training that we've done with IDRA, which includes identifying our implicit biases, understanding microaggressions and how they show up in our interactions, how we feel when our identity and culture is included, and then how do we create environments where we include the identity and culture of our students and families. And I had asked a representative from IDRA if they would come and speak, but they weren't available. So sometime in the fall, we will have Dr. Johnson come and talk more about the work that we are doing with them, which is also 100% free. They do not charge us for their trainings that they give to our staff. Some opportunities for progress. The Equity Task Force made some recommendations to the board around building equity leadership capacity. And so for the coming school year, the Equity Task Force and the board, my recommendation will be around us working together to discuss the recommendations that they provided and for us to provide support for the board in accomplishing those recommendations. And then starting tomorrow, we will begin working with school administrators on incorporating these equity goals into their school improvement plan. And they will also learn about our district focus on leading with and enacting equity. Next slide. Goal 4, by 2025, OCS will actively recruit, support, and retain a diverse workforce. This will be evidenced by staff demographics that reflect the diversity of the district and mirror the demographics of the OCS student population, and by OCS retaining racially and linguistically diverse staff for at least 5 years. It may seem like a lofty goal, but I believe in us. For this goal, we needed to identify the barriers to recruitment, employment, and retention for diverse staff. So we held focus groups with our staff of color and asked them what attracted them to OCS, what keeps them in OCS, what more do we need to do around recruitment, as well as what are some of the struggles around being a staff member of color in OCS. One of the things that staff noted was that it was like offensive when there is this expressed belief that diverse staff are somehow not highly qualified. And so one of the things that we need to be very mindful of is dispelling that myth. In actuality, a highly qualified staff are ones that have the ability to teach, lead, and interact with all students, regardless of their race, language, ability, or learning style. And I can say that we are attracting highly qualified, equity-minded staff of all backgrounds. So how do we continue to increase our staff diversity? When we asked staff of color what keeps them in OCS, the #1 answer was our students. And then the #2 answer was the community. And then they also expressed to us how equity is a recruitment strategy. And we are finding that when we interview candidates and ask them why OCS, they refer to our equity work. And that's not just for our diverse staff, that's for all of our staff, well, all of our potential staff that are coming in to interview. And so some of the work that we need to do is to market our district. And we need to market it around our students, around our equity work, and around our community. Our staff of color, though, also expressed some issues around race as a recruitment barrier and as a barrier to retention. And so here again, we need to really work on creating our safe, supportive environments and changing any misperceptions or perceptions about the district. So our recruitment is bigger than just going to HBCUs and pulling in staff of color, because some of staff are hearing perceptions about Orange County schools or the community. And as our staff have said, one of the things that keeps them here is the community. So we have some work to do around that. It's hard for us to compete with some of our neighboring counties if we're not seen as welcoming to diverse staff. And then another thing that I just listed here as some potential work that we can begin to do is around affordable housing, because it also came up that it costs too much to live in Orange County, especially compared to some of the surrounding counties. Next slide. Goal 5, by 2025, OCS will counter unfair policies, programs, and practices that consistently result in negative outcomes for groups who are disadvantaged by these actions. This will be evidenced by routinely utilizing the Racial Equity Impact Assessment tool to assess, revise, and create policies, procedures, and practices in order to improve equity analysis and outcomes. And OCS will equitably allocate resources. This will be evidenced by all resource allocation decision-making undergoing an equity analysis to ensure resources are equitably allocated and leveraged to directly support student groups who are affected by educational disparities. And I think that we can tell by all of the discussion that has taken place tonight that as a district, we are really in this state. I won't even say moving in this direction. I will say that we are in this state. Lots of conversations around our decision making, from our RFP process to how we will use funding to our SEL plan. So we are really in this goal 5. In addition to the work that I've listed in the equity plan, I also submitted to the board and stakeholders an update of the work we've done with the Orange County Board of Education resolution towards equity in education and OCS. I believe it was back in January or February. I gave an update as to where we were at that point, and I submitted where we are by year end. And so just some continued work. We just need to consistently utilize the racial equity impact assessment tools. We need to have some training on how to use that. And then in the current school year, we've had the conversation with the board around focusing on equitable allocation of resources and understanding that resources include people and time as well as funding. And then our final goal, next slide, okay, is that by 2025, Orange County schools will engage with staff, students, parents, guardians, and the entire community to build and sustain a culture emblematic of the ideals of Policy 1030. And this will be evidenced by each year from 2020 to 2025, increasing the number of opportunities to engage in honest conversations and share decision-making with families and community members on concerns and issues that impact diverse populations and on issues of race and areas of improving equity, and providing means for parents and guardians' involvement and voice in their students' education. So to achieve that this year, we needed to identify where our gaps and barriers were. We needed to identify who our underrepresented family groups were. And here again, to do this, we held focus groups with parents and guardians and with community members. And what we heard from families was that there is a lack of trust in the district, that the district isn't listening, not feeling a part of the community, and a lack of action. And so the work that we need to do in terms of this goal, I've already discussed the Equity Task Force recommendations, and that was like specifically for the board, like those recommendations. And as I said, we'll spend time next year really going through those, because some of that really focused on how do we better engage families and community. And then the work is really just around what we just heard from our parents and guardians and community members. We have to listen to them, and we have to do what is asked. Something that repeatedly came up is that they don't want to just keep having meetings they want us to actually do what they've already said in all the other meetings that we've had with them. Increased visibility. So one of the things that we noted was that we heard some of the same themes from different family groups, and I have here listed with number 2, the different family groups who were underrepresented. And these are the groups that were underrepresented in our listen and learns that we conducted earlier in the year. So we heard some of the same themes, but their needs were also very different. So it's not just, oh, let's just implement this one strategy, or let's just do this one thing and then we'll call that family engagement. No, the needs that some of our Latino families were expressing were very different than the needs that our Black families are expressing, which is very different than the needs of our Asian families. So we need to be sure that we are meeting the needs of our different family groups. And then finally, collaboration. So beyond Orange County schools, Orange County is committed to equity, and inequities are systemic. And we need to move in the direction of including other local government agencies and community organizations in the conversations that we are having, so that we can better understand how equitable outcomes in education lead to increased revenue for the community, lead to better health outcomes, or as we just said, in the opposite direction, the connection between housing and educational disparities. Having these community conversations, like, we're educators, and so having these conversations also provides us the opportunity to dispel the myths and the misinformation about equity, and how it is only for some students, and how it only helps some students and that it leaves other groups out. And I think it's also important for us to let the community hear from our students, to get that student perspective of how they are impacted by having equity in their districts. And what does it feel like to attend school in a district that's focused on equity? Because ultimately, all of this work around equity is about our students. And so I apologize if I went over. That's a lot that we've accomplished. We still have so much more to go, but if there are any questions,
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Keeling. Ms. Stevens and then Mr. Atherton.
Thank you so much. I don't have a question.
We can't really hear you, Ms. Stevens. I don't know if you can turn up a little bit.
To 100%. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
All right, because I put it to 100%. All right, I wanted to thank Dr. Keeling for this. I've been waiting for it, but I certainly understand that COVID was a speed bump, because it was on page 5 of your 90-day entry plan that we would get this document. And it is comprehensive. You've done a terrific job. And I am so proud to have it. And thank you very much for your hard work.
thank you, Ms. Stevens. I appreciate that. And it's all of our hard work, so I appreciate it.
Mr. Atherton.
So I too wanted to echo Dr. Keeling. Thank you for all your work of pulling together all of these accomplishments and also all of the goals. I want to make sure that we post this in our equity area. And also, I've noticed that the task force information is missing from equity tab. I would like to get it back up there so people know what it is. You know, not the names of the people in the task force, but really just what it is, how they're leveraged in the process, and just so people are aware of it, because I get asked a lot of times, hey, I hear you have a task force. How does that work? How could I be part of that? And I think us being very transparent about all this right there, because I love seeing the equity there, because potential teachers, staff members can go in there and say, hey, what are y'all doing? What are the specifics? And I think that helps tell our story when we have it all located there. But thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Ms.
Hauser.
Atherton.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Keeling. It was a very great presentation. Very, well, I found it really interesting to see this presentation after Ms. Cobb's presentation, because you can immediately see how the equity framework can get overlaid onto the MTSS work, and then all of a sudden, our schools have a way to bring it to our kids and our teachers, you know, and they're very complementary because you're adding the cultural sensitivity, the family piece, all of that. So I'm going to beg you today to see if you can bring that closer together sooner, because it would really blow us out of it would be fantastic. So that's the first thing. You mentioned unpacking the groups. You know, to me, talking about equity is really different than talking about Black or Latino or whatever, Native, whatever, you know, poverty, whatever, pick your underserved group. But it would be really helpful to hear more about those groups and who are they, where are they, what do they need? And then for me, until we get it down to a school level, because our Black students at Eflin have a different experience than our Black students at Standback. And until we get to that level, we're not really actionable, you know, so those were my reactions. And then I don't know how the equity audit that's coming is going to affect all this, but when you get there, then we can write checks and you can come to us and say, okay, I need a check for this, and you'll get it. So that's all. So thank you.
Other comments from the board? Ms. Doyle?
Just a real quick thank you to Dr. Keeling for all her work at ongoing training for our board and being a leader for partnering with us.
All right. Last call for comments before we move to the next item. Thank you so much, Dr. Keeling. We're so grateful for you and for your work and for the tremendous value and lift that you contribute here. Thank you.
I just want to quickly say thank you to the board, because we cannot do this work if we don't have a board in place that is pro doing this work for our kids. So I appreciate each of you. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is PCR testing for athletes.
Good evening again, everyone. A couple of months ago, we were tasked with going out, doing some research around the PCR testing for COVID-19 for athletes in our school buildings. So some district level staff and our lead nurses got together. We worked with the Orange County Health Department, and then we looked at the recommendations from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, the CDC, and the health department, and they recommended that we do move forward with PCR screening for athletes, and we are looking at doing that in the fall. We have also reviewed the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, and they are recommending that as well. They actually also do have a question on their physical form that asks if athletes have been vaccinated for the COVID-19. Excuse me. And so we are going to move forward. We are looking into which outside organization we would like to partner with to make this a reality for our district and our students. Of course, we would have written consent form from parents for that testing to take place, and it would happen once a week prior to practice and or a actual athletic event. Tonight, we are here before the board to inform you and then get a approval as well as an indication on whether or not this would be a mandatory testing of all athletes, or if we would let this be voluntary testing. Are there questions?
So I wasn't aware that this was an action item. Eva, is it okay if we proceed?
It was my understanding that it was coming to the board for information and for your feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think a vote is
Yes,
necessary.
I apologize.
Oh,
But
that's okay. I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
But I know that the staff has been considering whether it would be mandatory. That is optional, you know, so it is possible to require that students submit to COVID testing in order to participate in sports. In my research, there are some states that are doing that, even statewide. And so, you obviously you still need parent permission. You would not ever test a student without their consent. But if they were not willing to consent, then they would not participate if it was mandatory. The results, of course, are confidential student information. Some staff would need to know the outcome. Those staff who are responsible for processing the test, for isolating the students, for sending students home, for taking them off the roster if they're supposed to play that night, would need to know. And of course, those staff who are responsible for contact tracing, but like any other student record, it would otherwise be confidential.
Thank you. Any board members want to kick us off? Ms. Doyle?
I'm glad to see this plan, Ms. Cobb, and my main feedback would be this opportunity to encourage student vaccination, especially since our athletes are general age range, and that students who are vaccinated wouldn't be required to do testing. I think that would be the normal. I think that's typical in other settings.
Mr. Atherton, are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to further what Ms. Doyle was saying is, what's the clarity on students that are vaccinated that they would not have to take this weekly testing? It doesn't explicitly say that, so that's why I'm asking.
Correct. You're correct. That is the recommendation of our Orange County Health Department, is that we would not test those students who have been fully vaccinated.
There are questions or comments? I am definitely excited to see this plan. I think it's an important part of keeping our students safe. We heard very clearly from the ABC Science Collaborative that sports was one of the riskier things that could be going on in the district. So I think it's a great opportunity to, like others have said, encourage vaccination, no mandatory testing for vaccinated students, but that would be where I would land with it. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Cobb. We appreciate the update. Thank you, Ms. Rosser, for being here. The next item on our agenda is Partnership Academy relocation.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was summer scholars. So should we do summer scholar? Okay, here's partnership. Excellent. Thank you.
Whatever order you need. I don't know why it was different on what I printed earlier, but
it's okay. We'll do partnership and then we'll go back to summer scholars. So as we know, let me get to my slide here. As we know, previously we've had conversation about relocating Partnership Academy to the Welcome Center, the back building where the gym is located, in that part of the building. So in following up with that, what we did was we pulled the operations team and a number of other team members from the district, and we conducted a site visit to assess what would be necessary to be done to make sure that the building met the code and facility requirements should that building function as a school building. So I think that's really important to note, that when a building is going to function as a school, there are a different set of codes and requirements than if it wasn't going to function as a school. So I think it's really important to note that here. And as you can see, there is quite a list of some costly items that would need to be addressed. And we're estimating that it would be well over $1 million to address these items. And but again, we would need an expert to come in. And so what we're recommending is that if we wanted to move forward, that we hire an architect to come in and really assess, our team has identified these items. So exactly what would we need to do to meet the code and the requirements, to convert that part of the building of the Welcome Center to house Partnership Academy. And so that's what we're bringing to the board, to just let you know, here are a number of items, there could be more. And then even with some of these items, it may not have to be as extensive, but based on the team's assessment, these are items that we feel need to be addressed before any school moves in there. And we estimate that it would be over $1 million.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Hey, Mr. Farrington, glad to see you here.
Hey, everyone. I've been listening the whole way through, and it's been a great meeting, and I know it's getting close to the end, so I'm not going to say a whole lot. I'm just thankful to have the opportunity to be a part of this conversation. We're looking forward to whatever the future holds. We're going to make the most of it.
Thank you. Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, I just wanted to first ask from the list, I couldn't tell, but there's not a recommendation to remove the gym part, is there?
No, there is not at this time.
Okay, great. And I was just going to say too, I am fully supportive of this. I've said it a lots of times that I just don't feel that, the partnership students have a place where they can go outside, relax, be teenagers, playing basketball in the parking lot right there next to a busy street. I think they deserve better. We've had this building since before I got here, and it's just sitting there. I say we start down this path and give the students what they should be entitled to. At the same time, we've always talked about partnership being able to handle more students and having a good experience. I think this brings it to that level.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. Other board members? Ms. Smiley?
My only quick thing is, for some reason, I thought we'd already done some architectural estimates at some point, some previous year of what would be needed with this building.
Correct. That's correct. Right.
Mr. Atherton? Ms. Stevens?
No, I was just saying she's correct. We have.
So it would be
Mr.
great to
Atherton?
find what we already have, if and add on to it if we need to, but yeah.
Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, what I remember was, and this would be advantage of Mr. Avely coming back, was there was like 3 proposals for that building. And one of them was a CTE, one of them was to allow Boomerang to be in there, which now we know Boomerang has its own facility in Hillsborough. And the third was partnership. But I personally don't remember any detailed things other than those 3 proposals from the original. But since Mr. Avely's back, I think we could find out if there is.
That's a good point.
Yep, so we'll
Other board
definitely
members?
look into that. When I met with the team, I do recall us talking about one other building, but I'm sure if there were plans for this building, I'm sure we can find some. I think I'm just getting some notes. There were some speculations for there, but no assessments done is what I'm receiving as far as, but we'll look into it. We'll definitely look into it.
Other board members? Ms. Doyle?
I just want to echo my support so that our partnership students have opportunity for athletic facilities as well as a kitchen within their own building. And in terms of cost, this is not that different from startup for online academy. So $1 million seems like a big number, but partnership is a well-established program that we all really value, and the students deserve this.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I'll just add my support. I actually thought we were further along. I thought we were going to get a presentation tonight on when we're moving in. So I thought we were way further along, but I'm all in on this.
Anyone else? Well, I will certainly echo my support. Partnership Academy has a dear spot in my heart, and I think that the students deserve it. I'd love to see the program expanded. I think we have an awesome opportunity to do something really special, and I think it could really be worth the investment. So I'm certainly in favor of moving forward. Any other comments? Thoughts? Dr. Felder and Dr. Dawson, do you feel like you have what you need from the board?
Yes.
From this conversation?
What I'm hearing is confirmation that we can proceed with hiring an architect to move to the next phase of determining exactly what needs to be done. So thank you.
Sounds good. All right. You good, Mr. Farrington? Anything else you want to throw into the conversation? Okay.
I heard what I needed to hear. Thank you guys. And it really feels good to just know that the support is there and we can begin moving forward. Thank you.
Have a good night, Mr. Farrington.
All righty. Thank you. You too.
Okay, the next item on our agenda tonight is an update about Summer Scholars Academy.
Thank you and good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief update on the Summer Scholars Academy. As you know, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Appropriations Act of 2021 was signed into law in December and has provided funding, as has been discussed tonight, in the tune of around $3.6 million to Orange County schools. Those funds, otherwise known as Esser 2, are supporting the Summer Scholars Academy, along with funds allotted by the state that support the Read to Achieve legislation. These funds are being encumbered to provide an opportunity for all students who have enrolled in Summer Scholars Academy in accordance with House Bill 82, which is the School Extension, Learning, and Enrichment Programs. The purpose of Summer Scholars, as we've noted in previous meetings, has been to provide all students this year access to experience an inclusive environment with integrated academics and movement breaks, while also addressing social and emotional skills. Students do have access as far as ELL, exceptional children, and our academically gifted to supports and related services as needed, transportation, meals, snacks, weekend box meals, and many other things have been provided under this opportunity. As noted, there are multiple funding sources. The federal Esser grant, the state Read to Achieve camp funding, our state at-risk funds, the borough's Welcome STEM grant have all kind of helped to make this possible. And as you can see on this slide, lifting the Summer Scholars has required an all hands on deck approach. It could not have been lifted without the support of all of our departments in a collective and flexible effort. Opening the equivalent of a large comprehensive high school, essentially housed across multiple locations during a short 6-week span, was a huge undertaking and has not been met without challenges. During the first week of Summer Scholars, our teams were tasked with supporting students and staff in getting acclimated to new school buildings that they do not traditionally attend or work at. There were last-minute changes to support the large influx of students at the start of the academy, needed substitutes in the certified teacher classrooms due to other professional development that was being held in that first week, as well as adapting in spots as we navigated the late arrival of some of the afternoon enrichment materials. Our teachers, district, school-based administrators, our support staff, they've gone above and beyond to not only provide a quality learning experience for students, but also jumping in to fill gaps as needed, whether supporting arrival and dismissal procedures, helping to revise student rosters, repurposing staff on the go to meet student needs. As you can see on this slide, just a small taste, or on the following slides, a small taste of many of the innovative and exciting learning experiences that are occurring each day. Student engagement and a feeling, just a sense of connection to adults and their peers is one of the positives that we've seen. Students feeling very welcome and supported back in the buildings. Frequent small group and targeted support for students. Pilot programs that have been mentioned previously this evening, such as Math 180 and ST Math, are providing us a glimpse of how we can potentially leverage various programs as part of our intervention model and tutoring options for students during the traditional school year, as well as providing weekly updates to families. These are just a few of the highlights that we've seen during this initial session of Summer Scholars. On the next few slides, you'll see a variety of photos. We've tried to shift outside of the box to provide engaging academic support and enrichment learning opportunities for students through creative STEM-infused tasks with a variety of partners. Orange County Schools, our team sought proposals to obtain STEM programming with an emphasis on our underrepresented student populations, including things but not limited to design thinking, engineering skills, innovation skills, technology skills, and evidence of communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. So each afternoon, our kindergarten through third grade students can be found coding and engaging in easy to teach prototyping solutions to learn math, science, and critical thinking. On the next slide, you can see that our child nutrition staff has been hard at work every day to provide meals for our students and to support our staff. And then on the last couple of slides, you can see students that are building media literacy skills through interviews and creative skits, the creation of flip books and other animation activities, as well as middle grade students being served through targeted small group math support with a highly qualified teacher. And lastly, fourth and fifth grade students using STEM skills to integrate purposeful play into their curriculum in the form of Legos to deepen conceptual learning and to hone those 21st century skills. And middle schoolers have been afforded an opportunity to create and produce their own music through targeted virtual support from live coaches, as well as solving real world challenges by sketching and designing prototypes of sustainable ways to repurpose areas in and around Gravelly Hill Middle School, which is the site base for our middle schoolers. Our students have shared their ideas with us, and to see them accessing these new and really innovative ways of learning and making meaning of their world is truly powerful. So as we close out session 1 later this week and look forward to session 2 beginning in July, we will plan to provide additional updates about our progress and what we've learned as we realize that this has been a huge undertaking, as I noted before, and what we've learned to inform our decisions moving forward, not only this year, but into future summer planning. So at this time, I'd like to open the floor for any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gammon. Before questions, I'm going to need a motion to extend if we want to continue. Could we extend until 11 since it's the last meeting of the year and we just need to finish this business up?
Motion to extend till 11:30?
Whoa, no, what time?
11,
Till 11.
30 minutes.
Oh, I thought he said 11:30.
I thought he did too. I was like, whoa.
No.
Okay, motion for Mr. Atherton.
Second.
The second from Ms. Hauser. I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everybody. We have till 11. And does anyone have any questions or comments for Dr. Gaiman? Mr. Atherton?
So just a few questions. So the weekly updates that are going to the families, how is that being sent to the families? Is it paper? Is it email, phone, or what methods are we using?
So I do know that our staff, and I've been housed at an individual location for this, so I don't want to speak openly for all of the sites. I do know that there has been like an electronic draft that has been shared out by the site coordinators as part of their weekly update. My understanding from the site coordinator that I've been working with is those are going out electronically, but there could be other methods that are happening across other schools. We have other personnel on here that have kind of been site supports at different schools around the district, and they may have other ways.
So I would agree with you, Dr. Gammon.
that right now they are being emailed, but what we're in the process of doing is posting them on our website so that families who don't have email can also go on the website and access. So we're in the process of posting those that way as well. And so yes, and they are being emailed and then we'll post on the website. And I did just also want to acknowledge that FSA, Family Success Alliance, I think it is, FSA, is also supporting and collaborating with us in offering our program at New Hope as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge them for their support and collaboration with the summer scholars.
Excellent. So the other question I had is, what did we end up with class sizes for our classes? Are they in line with state class limits, or did we end up with some that are larger than expected?
So the class size ratios, I mean, our initial goal was 15 students per class. And this is what we were looking at, especially at the K-5 level. We did have spaces, obviously, where that did increase some, but it did not go over what those like normal state allotments would be. And in fact, that they're generally well under that. We did see that we had to make, decisions where it may have spiked to an 18 students in a room. It could have been 20 students in a room in some instances. And in some cases where it may have gotten larger than that, it's not, we're not looking at 30 or 35 students in a class. So we've been able to kind of spread students out in a way that we had originally hoped, just maybe a little bit larger, because we did have a large turnout. We had a lot of students that decided to join, which is what we were looking for this year.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have, I wouldn't finish this without asking this. Book Nook. Do we know how that's going in summer scholars? Do we know if we're able to accommodate all the students? And I know some, since it ends at 5 and there's some that go later, have we had to have any shifts, or how's that going?
So we were able to identify the students that, as far as like their time slots, like we were able to identify students that were actively participating in, and then when they were signed up. I have not had within this past week communication directly with Book Nook, and that's not to say that's good or bad, but we just haven't had an update meeting yet. I've not heard of any concerns with student times being impacted on our end from our folks as well as from Book Nook, but that's certainly something that I'm willing to check on.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I have heard from a few parents that it's not consistent, that they forget to remind the kids and the kids are having fun, which is great, but then they miss. But I think the only way we could know is to ask Book Nook,
sure,
what our attendance number is, right? Not because of them, because of us at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other board members, Ms. Smiley?
I just briefly want to say, I know there were some challenges at the beginning, especially in those first few days, but this is clearly a really massive all hands on deck effort. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who has put so much into this. And the one quick question I have is, did we do any assessments at the beginning that we're going to then also assess at the end to understand student progress?
Yes. So, and Dr. Gammon, please feel free to chime in here. And so we used some of our spring assessment as our pre-assessment for some of the assessment so that we weren't spending so much time on assessment, but that would be our pre-assessment, and then we're doing post-assessment. So we will be doing that, especially for our morning classes, part because it's required by legislation, but also because we would like to see the impact, right? Is there growth from the beginning to the end, especially for our students who are there the full 6 weeks? It will be challenging for the short 3 weeks, but of course we are doing the assessments for pre and post. Yes.
That's really good to hear. Ms. Hauser?
Just a couple of things. First of all, I love the newsletters. They're fun to get. That's great, and it's seems to have come a long way, so thank you for that. I just have a really simple question on the number of students, because there's 2 sessions. I think you said there's 1,315 kids in school now. How many students are going to be in 2 sessions, and how many students are we expecting in session 2? Do you know?
I don't have those numbers right offhand. I know that we're in the process of reviewing because we're double checking our scheduling for session 2. So we will get those numbers for you. The actual numbers for session 1, and then our expected numbers for session 2. We can get that for you.
Okay, that'd be great. Do you have a rough idea? I'm not really looking for precision, just like, is it gonna go way up? Is it gonna be roughly the same? Is it gonna go way down? Any sense on that?
And honestly, Ms. Hauser, I have looked at so much data and so many numbers just recently. I don't have those exact, but we will definitely get you those.
Other comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much. We will move on to an update about our online academy.
Great. So, good evening again. And as we recall, at the end of May, the board did approve the plans for us to proceed with opening of the new OCS Online Academy, as long as we met the enrollment requirement of at least 100 students. And that it was also recommended, of course, when doing so, that we must be fiscally prudent. And so we wanted to provide this update. The application window opened June 14th, and I'm wondering if it's June 15th, but because we gave the families at least a 2-week window, because the deadline is midnight on June 30th. And as of this morning, there were 61 applicants. And as you can see in the chart, this is how the breakdown of the applicants goes for each grade level. And then in a sense, to try to get an estimated projection of what the cost would be per pupil, what we did was, without going for a full-blown RFP as of yet, we did use a vendor, right, this past spring, that provided the type of service that we would be putting an RFP out for, and that was for our self-paced program. And so I followed up with them to see what the cost would be for next year, and based on their dollars, which would be the estimated curriculum and teacher per pupil, would be $3,000 for grades K through 5, and then I later got an update that for grades 6 through 12 it would be $2,500. And so the estimated cost for our OCS staff that we would have to provide would be the principal, the counselor, social worker, data manager at least. That cost would be about $211,500. And then what we're allotted for our current ADM is $4,367. And so based on some projections, what I was able to calculate to give us a ballpark figure is that currently with 61 applicants, if we were to estimate per pupil cost, it would be $6,115, which would mean that that's over by $1,768 that we would actually have to cover in it to make up the difference between the ADM allotment that we would have. So then I thought, well, how can we project like if with 100 students? So we took the lower cost and said, well, what if we had all 100 students that were K through 5, and we know that at this point, an estimated cost would be $3,000. And so what would the per pupil end up being there? And that's how we came up with the $5,115. And so then we'd be short 748. And then if we said, well, what if they were all secondary grades 6 through 12, which we already know by applicants, it's not like that, but just kind of thinking of the high end and the low end, trying to project some numbers. If all students were 6th through 12th graders, because that's a $2,500 per pupil cost, then the per pupil cost for the program for the next year would be $4,615, which we would still be short $248 based on the allotment that we would receive for our students. And so, again, this is based on just one vendor's dollar amount. I guess if, there is a higher cost for if we did the North Carolina BPS courses for the high school, it actually is a higher cost. And so right now, we only have 61 applicants. We only have a couple days. It's looking like we won't make the 100 student mark. But if we were to, it doesn't look like it would be fiscally prudent for us to start the online academy. So this is kind of where we are with the update. And we did tell our families that we would let them know by July 2nd if we'd be opening online academy or not, because of course families will want to know for planning purposes. And we are getting a number of, especially our elementary families, they're saying that if they, they want this option as an option because they're concerned about sending their kids back to school without a vaccination for the little ones. And so that's another concern, that if families do that, and then if there's a shift and there's a change and families do have access to vaccinations for the little ones, will they then want to go back to their school? And then what does that do for our online academy? If we're left with below 100. So these are just some of the things that we've been thinking through, but here's where we are right now. And either way, I think it may not be worth the cost, and which is the trend across the country, that a lot of the districts across the country are choosing not to go with an online virtual option because of the cost. So.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Mr. Atherton?
So the one question I had was, has there been any progress with Chapel Hill? Does it make sense with their numbers and our numbers to do this, or they're not interested in online anymore?
So I have not heard further from them, but I think the biggest concern from both districts is that the losing of ADM, right? So if our kids were to go join their program, we would lose that ADM, and if their kids would come to us, we would lose that ADM. And I think that's a concern from both sides, the impact on that in our potential partnership. But
If I could also just, the other issue is that at the last time we checked in with them, they were only offering an online academy at the secondary level, so not elementary option.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Smiley?
I just wanted to point out that if we were not to do this and those students decided to homeschool or pursue a different online academy, that we would lose over $250,000 in funding, I think, because of the loss of ADM, unless we were held harmless. So then short term, maybe we wouldn't be. I think one thing to think about is some of those roles at the school level, like the counselor and social worker, and perhaps the data manager, we had talked about those resources also being used in other parts of the district as well, and only needing a portion of that time for that school, which I think would also reduce the per pupil cost in that school. So those are just like a couple of the other financial factors. I mean, to me, I thought that we had decided to spend part of our Esser funding, I believe Esser, on this. And so I'm not sure the sort of per pupil, I think, is somewhat important to consider, but then also just considering it as sort of a response to the pandemic. That may just be another factor to consider.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I was curious if we're working with these 61 or however many families sign up, so that if they, we say we're not doing it, are we working with them to find a way to accommodate them in schools in whatever way makes sense? And I know, I guess they're now talking about vaccinations for age 3 and above in the fall. So I don't know. So I just don't know. It depends on why they're interested in virtual academy, and is there a way to accommodate them that keeps them in the family, if you will?
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you so much for the update. We really appreciate it. The last item on our agenda this evening is a discussion about our board meeting calendar, as well as a first reading of some policy updates if the board so chooses. They just kind of went hand in hand with the conversation about the calendar. So I will invite Ms. Dubison to walk us through those a little bit.
Thank you. Board members, of course, we need to approve a meeting calendar for this year, but as we were looking at that, I noted that your board policy states that your meetings will start at 7, and I know that you have been adjusting that to 6:30, and so I recommended that we look at that policy, and my recommendation, as you'll see it here, is just to take out reference to the time. There's not any particular reason why you have to have a time in your board policy. You have to have it on your calendar, which you approve. And then obviously you can revise the calendar throughout the year. The second change made here is, as we were looking at this, then the question came up of, is the board looking to change your schedule so that you have a work session first and a regular meeting second during the month, based on your desire to have presentations and information at the work session and then make decisions at the regular meeting. So we have drafted this, and it may be a little hard to tell, but if it's under number 1 on this draft policy, such that the work session is the second Monday and the regular meeting is the fourth Monday. I don't have an opinion on which way you choose with that, but I wanted to draft it so you could see what that would look like. So this policy is here for first reading.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Board members? Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, additionally, since we changed, we probably should look at where it states that the board meetings should be extended at 10. We're starting 30 minutes earlier, so it's 9:30 now.
Okay,
it's under number A1, where it says not continue past 10 o'clock. That was when we were starting at 7 o'clock.
Yoke. Other comments, thoughts, Ms. Doyle?
You mean board meetings were only 3 hours long at one point in time? I also noticed in the policy we were supposed to have this done by June 1st. That's all I'll say.
Notice that too. We're doing our best. Other thought, Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, I would just say that maybe we should remove the time that says 10 and say it's 3 hours, to Ms. Stevens' point, because although I've been fortunate to be working from home, when I'm not working from home, it will be very hard to meet these earlier times if I'm not remote for some portion. So I just want to throw that out there for those of us that are working and we have to go back to physical work. That may be a challenge, but I think to the point of saying 3 hours, which is what it's intended to do, versus saying a specific time, I think makes sense in the policy.
I'd agree with that. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this now. Is there any, the committees are in a different policy, they're not in this one?
No, the committees figure out the times that they want to meet once they've been formed for the new academic year, and schedules are assessed and things like that.
Okay.
They've never been on this calendar. This is just board meetings and work sessions.
So in the policy, it says work sessions first, then this is what you were saying, said work sessions first and then business meetings, but the calendar shows it in reverse, so you're gonna flip them.
Yes, but we would flip it when we voted for the calendar if we want to do that. This was just the proposal we're bringing forward.
That seems reasonable to me.
Mr. Atherton, are you raising your hand again?
No, I
No,
was just
okay.
agreeing.
Then
Thank
Ms.
you.
Smiley?
Yeah, I think it sounds good. I mean, I think because they're every other week, I don't feel strongly about the which one comes first in a month, but I think flipping them sounds fine. And I think making those changes to this policy sounds fine. So.
Do we have one other thing? Well, let's do a vote on the policy first and then talk about if we have any specific changes to the calendar, because I actually do have one proposal. So is there a motion to pass the first reading of this policy?
The motion with the change from the times to 3 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Atherton, a second from Ms. Smiley. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes,
I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Great, that policy passes first reading, will be on the consent agenda for our first meeting in August. And then when we look at the calendar for next year, I had two proposals. The first is that one meeting is on Valentine's Day. And while some of us have been married, you know, like 15 years, it's probably not quite as big of a deal, but I'm not sure that's very nice to do to staff. So I think maybe we should move that meeting to February 7th instead of the 14th, if that works for everyone, because that's a week. We'll still have a week without a meeting before that as well. So that should work out okay. And then we also don't have an organizational meeting date. And that July 2022, the first Monday is July 4th. So I was thinking we could add July 11th as that reorg. Does anyone else have any proposed changes or thoughts? Ms. Smiley?
I didn't compare this to the student calendar, but is one of these on spring break? It's in that last week of March, which often is the spring break.
I don't have the answer to that. Do any staff members have that calendar handy?
I don't know.
Well, while they're looking that up, I think the organizational meeting is the 12th, not the 11th.
In 2022?
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. This starts in August.
Yep. So that's spring break. So what we might want to do in March is move them each up a week.
So we'd have back-to-back weeks of meetings then, because we have February 28th. And then we'd have March 7th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's not what I'm proposing. I don't know. This happens every year. So what do we do every year? That's what we should do.
Ms. Doyle, we'll come back to that, Ms. Smiley. Let's just see what-
With your suggestion, Hillary, of moving up Valentine's Day to the 7th, could do the 21st then, and then basically we would end up with 2 months in a row of first and third instead of second and fourth. But
I will note that that's going to be a conflict for me, but obviously I can send you someone else.
Does anyone else have any ideas of how we could do it? I mean, I think the 7th and the 21st of February, and then the 7th, and I guess it would have to be the 7th. And well, actually, we could keep it no. What day is spring break? Is the 28th spring break?
It starts the 28th. So if you moved up February and March's to the 1st and 3rd instead of the 2nd and the 4th, you'd still have a Monday in between for.
Well, it's not my favorite if Ms. Dubison can't be there, but I'm not sure if we have a better solution at the moment. What do y'all think?
I think that's the best we have at this point.
Well, then I would wonder if we have a motion to approve the academic calendar with the changes of the meeting dates being February 7th and 21st, March 7th and 21st, and adding the reorg meeting for July 11th, 2022.
And flipping the work sessions and regular meetings.
Yes, and flipping the work sessions and regular meetings. Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Smiley and a second from Ms. Stevens. Mr. Atherton,
Yes.
Ms. Doyle,
Yes.
Ms. Hauser,
Yes.
vote yes. Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Smiley,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens.
Yes.
Fantastic. Dr. Felder, do you have anything else before we adjourn?
I do not.
Okay. Well,
Question on those meetings? Do we,
sure.
will we state we will remain hybrid?
I don't think that's been determined. I'm sure that all of us are anxious to get back in person as quickly as we are able with technology that works. So
I mean, on the August meeting, I'm out of town, so I just kind of wanted to know if I'll be able to participate remotely. So,
We already have a remote participation policy that allows folks to do that, so.
if we were hybrid, or we can be.
yeah, I think that's sort of a to be determined, but probably.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. Well, I think that I can say that this successfully ends the board business of the longest school year in recorded history. And with that, thank you to everyone. And I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Hauser.
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Smiley. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.